Welcome, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I apologize for the late start. I do want to assure you your time is very valuable to us, and I know it's very valuable to you. Today is Tuesday, September 26, 2023. And we have most of our board, actually all of our board members that are attending in person. Member Gallo, our vice chair, is not able to be with us this evening. In her absence, our immediate past vice chair, Member Byrd, will be serving as acting vice chair for this evening. Also want to remind the public that the board members will not be engaging in outside electronics or digital communication during the meeting so that we can focus on the meeting itself and give our full attention to the matters before us. To my fellow board members, to district staff, and to anyone who may be speaking into one of the microphones, please make sure your microphone is turned on and speak directly into it so our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you clearly. Again, thanks for participating. We will begin our meeting with a moment of silence, and then I invite you to join us in a Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, I'm wondering, did you know that OCPS employs about 1,200 custodians who collaborate with us on our 210 schools to keep our work sites clean? The efforts of these men and women, many of whom are immigrants or children of immigrants, are essential to offering a positive atmosphere for learning and working. It's Hispanic Heritage Month, and I want to recognize that many of our custodians are proud members of the Hispanic community, as are members of our board and throughout our administration. I also would be pleased to recognize 37 of these amazing custodians who have taken the initiative to continue their learning with additional training. Each of them has earned their Florida School Plant Management Association certificate. The training program was established for public school custodians by the Florida Department of Education in 1959, and it's been administered by the Plant Management Association since 1994. This year, the program returned to OCPS after an 8-year hiatus, thanks to Custodial Services Director Carlos Mufas. I hope I got that close. Mafus? Better? Mafus? Okay, thank you. Castillo. As well as Labor Relations Director Leanne Blackmore and OESPA, let's go with OESPA, as I always say, President Ron Pollard. Is Ron with us today? I don't see him.
Yes.
Oh, where? Oh, you're hiding. Okay, sorry, he's behind the podium there. Our custodians put their hearts into their work and routinely go beyond the call of duty to keep our campuses in top shape from the pandemic through many recent hurricanes. In just a minute, I'm going to invite Carlos to the podium, but I also want to just tell a personal story. My kids all went to Olympia High School, and there was one particular custodian that they knew and loved, and he looked out for them, and they still talk about him to this day, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being. Thank you for being so important. We know our kids make a difference in the lives of our students, and I think we sometimes forget how many people work in OCPS that change lives and leave lasting positive impressions on our kids. So with that, let me invite Carlos to the podium so he can share more information about his staff's outstanding accomplishments.
Good afternoon. I'm Carlos, Director of Custodial Service. First of all, I want to thank a couple of people in this room they were part of this effort to make this happen. Ms. Leanne Blackmore, I don't know if she's here today, Director of Labor Relations. She was a big part of on this effort. Mr. Ronald Pollard, I met with Ronald like my first week in this position, and we both agreed since day one that we want to bring this training back to the custodians. So Ronald, thank you for your support. Dr. Vasquez, and thanks for allowing us to be here today. This is big for the custodian. FSPMA is a 7-week certification process. So most of our staff, they work during the day, they have personal commitment. I'm nervous. So they have to move that on the side to travel all the way to John T. Morris Complex, take the 7-week class, 3 hours per day. So it's a big commitment. So I want to thank them for this, not just for the FSPMA, but for all what you do every single day for the student of OCPS. All the effort that you put to achieve the facilities mission and vision, which at the end of the day is to keep the school clean or have a clean environment. It's big for OCPS, it's big for the department, big for everybody. But at the end of the day, every single day, we work hard to have the school clean for our students. So thanks to everybody. I'm proud of you. Some of you, I know them for the last 10 years. You start as a temp. Now some of you are master crew leader. I'm proud of you, but you should be proud of yourself. You should be proud of what you're doing every single day, because I know it's not easy. I started in this industry as a housekeeper. So I'm very happy and proud of yourself. So thanks for your commitment and to be here. All right, congratulations, guys. Yeah, if you guys come forward.
Will you bring your team up? I know the board would like to be able to shake each one of your hands and just say hello. And then if we could get a picture, we would love that.
Jeff, you can help me.
And Carlos, I'm nervous too.
Huh?
I said I'm nervous too.
Oh. Thank you.
wait, that's your bus. Where's mine? Yes, I know Scott's not happy that I'm so sure. I mean, Angie's nameplate.
You gonna be doing what? Oh, really?
Everybody got great? Everybody got a certification certificate? All right. You guys know that you all certified.
Yay!
But they can't see
That's
Teresa
okay.
now.
That's okay. It's not about us. Yeah. All right. Okay. Hey guys, wait. Before you all walk away, before you all leave, I wish I could whistle. Hey, don't go anywhere. And we rarely get this opportunity. Come on back up. We rarely have this opportunity when you're right here. But a couple of board members want to say something, so I want to call on them. But honestly, words cannot describe how proud I am of each one of you, and I know the entire board is. I mean, for you to go the extra mile and get this certification, this education, when you don't have to, and when we didn't pay you any extra pay for doing it, shows the kind of people you are. And it's so cool. So with that, Member Salamanca wanted to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to congratulate you all. My parents were custodial workers for, all basically 18 years of my life in UCF. They were custodial workers and usually worked 2 or 3 jobs on making ends meet, but they took care of me, and this is a job I'm so grateful for because they went in and they were so proud of doing a great job every time they would come home. And I was proud to be their kid and know that they were doing really good stuff. And it matters to our principals, it matters to our students. Everything you do, it makes a huge difference. And you know, it's a job I really care deeply about. Earlier this year for a strategic plan, we had kind of one of our metrics was around kind of where we wanted to be operational more efficient, and this board supported kind of now focusing on more square feet per dollar, and we really wanted to have great folks like you that care about our students at our schools. So thank you for everything you do, and know that your kids are proud every day of you, and they might not be here, they might not be telling you yet. It took a while for me to tell my parents, but it's really important, and we're very grateful, so thank you.
One more minute, Member Byrd. And then I promise you can sit down or go home or celebrate with your family or whatever you want to do.
I think it's on.
Or
It's
2 more,
just
or
very
3.
light. Is the microphone on? Okay. I can't say it any better than Member Salamanca, but I too have so much respect for you and the work you do. My grandfather was a school custodian, actually, and it worked out well for me because I wanted to be a teacher since I was a little girl. So when they would throw out, this was back in the day when everything was on paper, forms. We had forms for everything. So when they would throw out stuff, he'd bring it home to me and I could play school with it. So that was what I liked about it. But he loved his job too. And I have so much respect for what you do. And in fact, when I became a teacher, my first teaching job, the one piece of advice that I was given, the first piece of advice was make sure you are really good friends with the custodian. And so I never forgot that. And I always made good friends with the people that were taking care of the school because you really help to make everyone else's job better and easier. And the work you do is so vitally important to the work that everyone else in this district does. And we appreciate you so much. And I'm so thankful that you are so committed to your work. Like the chair said, that you went and got this certification. It just goes to show, like she said, what amazing people you are and how much you care about your schools and the students and the work that we do here in OCPS. Thank you for that.
All right. I said one more, but a couple more. Superintendent, Mr. Pomerani? That's all right. Superintendent? Yeah, and then Member Gould wants to say something.
I wanted to also congratulate you and thank you for what you do each and every day to support our schools and Orange County Public Schools. Les quiero dar las gracias por todo lo que hacen cada día para poder ayudar a nuestros estudiantes y nuestros maestros y se les agradezco muchísimo lo que hacen todos los días. Felicidades.
Member Gould, follow that.
Yeah, well, I have always wished I was bilingual. I wish I had an ear for it. I've had a best friend who's tried to teach me for 20 years to speak Spanish and failed. So I think it's on her. But you all are, I don't want to call you silent heroes because you're not silent, but you are there, you're omnipresent in the schools all the time. We could not have an assembly, a sports game, a performance, operate our classrooms, have the cafeteria reopened the next day. Nothing would happen without the care and love and support that you give our students, our staff, your colleagues. Nothing. And when a custodian is not present in the school or we do not have enough coverage, it is very apparent. So that is when, it goes more recognized. But you all do such amazing work. I can, at the drop of a hat, bring a tour into a school and be confident they are going to see the best plant, the best show at any moment in time. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your dedication.
And finally, I promise I'll let you go after this, but none of us will ever forget COVID and the life-saving, vital role that you played for education in the face of COVID. So when you said silent heroes, you all are definitely our heroes. Thank you. Go enjoy your evening with your family, and make sure you tell your family members, if they're not here and you have any kids or grandkids, that we're all very proud of you. All right, Dr. Vasquez, do we have any newly appointed administrators?
Madam Chair, we have one new appointment this evening. I am so proud to announce that Authorine Opal Levard is going to be the new principal at Dr. Phillips Elementary School.
Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this opportunity to serve at Dr. Phillips Elementary School. I want to say thank you to all of the people along the way who have helped to make this journey a success for me. I started out as a middle school student at Glenridge Middle School, matriculated to Winter Park High School, graduated UCF, and was determined to come back to OCPS to give back to the people that made my life such a huge success. So I want to say a huge thank you to Dr. Jones and Mindy Smith. As leaders in the North Learning community, they really helped shape me into who I am as a leader. To Mrs. Fret Bowie, principal at Pinewood Elementary. These last 2 years have been outstanding, and I am so grateful for the opportunities that you afforded me to spread my wings and lead at Pinewood. To the Pinewood staff who are watching, I love you all, and I will miss you, but I cannot wait to serve at Dr. Phillips Elementary. And finally, to my village, to my husband, Julian Levard, to my sister, Nashay McLean, who is a proud teacher who has followed in the footsteps of the family. I am so honored to be a part of your family. To my children, Jonathan, June, Sarari, Livy, thank you for being wonderful children. And to the Dr. Phillips family, I cannot wait to start this journey with you. Thank you, everyone, and I hope everyone has a fantastic evening.
Thank you. All right, we have a comment or two from Member Gould. Member Gould?
Well, I'm sorry I didn't get to greet you prior to the meeting. We had a meeting that ran over before this, but your community and Dr. Phillips is very excited, and you have a wonderful treasure there of very supportive families, businesses, Rotaries that are here tonight, that are really part of the fabric of that school. And I can't wait for you to get out into the community and meet everyone. So I'm so thrilled that you are on board and really getting started. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Gould. I also want to congratulate you. This is really exciting, but if I understood right, you have 4 kids? Woo! Okay, I'm a mom of 4 kids, okay? But I did not teach and then rise up through the education field the way you did, and I can't imagine how you did it. So I'm in awe of you, and I'm excited for you. And what a great learning opportunity this is going to, and role model you are for your kids. And to your husband, God bless you. We love the fact that you're sharing your wife with us, and we know it's a sacrifice, but we certainly are grateful, and I hope that it still pays back to the family. I know it will. Anyway, congratulations. I'm really excited, and you're not far away, so I'll be dropping in to see you. Thank you. All right. Moving on, the next part of our meeting is still fairly new, and that is to hear comments from some of our district associations, including CTA, OESPA, and OCASA, and the Superintendent's Advisory Council. At this time, I'd like to call on Mia Perez Interreo? Help me out when you come up. And De Aris Sims from the Superintendent's Advisory Council. All right. Come on up to the mic.
And they're from Apopka High School too, by the way.
From Apopka
It's not
High
in your
School.
script. I just wanted to
Not
let everyone
that you're
know.
competitive or anything. I'll get you back before the evening is done. So the first obligation that you have is to correct the pronunciation of your name, please.
My name is pronounced Mia Perez Interiano.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, hello, good evening. My name is Mia Perez Interiano, and today I'm joined with my fellow council members, Deiris Sims and Janelle Francis. And today we're going to be speaking on the topic that we brought up at the Superintendent's Advisory Council meeting that we had last week. The biggest issue that we faced last week was trying to understand how we can help our students feel more connected to our school, because we had a 30% of students, I think, in OCPS that felt connected to their school, and that's a true issue that we want to help conquer. I think that the biggest issue is that students they don't feel connected because they don't participate in a lot of things that they feel like as if they don't have a place. At Apopka High School, we offer many clubs, sports, academics that students can be a part of, and we also encourage if you do not feel that you have a space or a club that's for you, to start your own club, because there's more than enough students there that will join your club, and you can have your own space and also earn some leadership skills there running a club. The next big thing is to use social media as a tool for success for our students. I am a yearbook editor, so I understand. So we always try to send students out from our yearbook staff to take pictures with our cameras so that we abide by the school and state's cell phone policy. And then later on, our yearbook advisor will share those pictures on her social media for yearbook, the yearbook social media, and students just light up when they see themselves on there. They see their name attached to the school's name, and they really see that we see them and they're not invisible, because we like to see every student at POPCA participate in something. And what else was there? But we like to have the students show their faces there, and if not on our yearbook side, then on other schools' Instagrams, like all Beta Club or our Women's Empowerment Club Instagram, to have our students shown there as well, because it also enlists a sort of school pride in them, which will help them feel more connected to our schools. But now I want to pass the mic on over to my fellow member, Dara Sims.
Good evening, everyone. My name is De'Ara Sims, and my topic will basically be how can we get more students to participate. So just bear with me, and I'll give you some information. So I noticed that, like my peer was saying, Mia, we don't have a lot of participation. But what I did look at is one day we had our principal, Mr. Hines, participate with us, and the crowd went wild. And it was not only social media, but people were saying in person, like, hey, this is really good, this is really fun. And when we were in the meeting, the first thing my peers and I came up with was, let's have a day where we just have administration, where the kids really interact with admin, because I noticed that it was an opportunity for us to bond, and it could open eyes for kids to, to want to join other clubs and everything like that. So another thing we thought about was Club Rush, which we have like all of our clubs out. It's pretty much like how we do for DARTA opening before like school starts. We have all the kids come out with their parents and everything like that, and they come and they see what we're interested in. But it would be a little bit different. It would be without the parents. It would just be the students, and it would be their peers at school, and they would go to each table and see what they would like and everything like that. So that would be a way to interact with them as well. Also, on Fridays, we have BFF, which is Blue Fun Friday. So SGA, they have that for us. So we thought about, maybe expanding that just a little bit more as well. And we thought about having a field day, upperclassmen versus lowerclassmen, they spread out either way or whatnot, and we just collab together as a group, and that would maybe like open their eyes to to want to join, or like Mia was saying, create their own and everything like that. So those are just some ways to expand our fun, love, and community service within our school to make sure that everyone feels welcome and loved. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Well done, first of all. And I absolutely, first of all, Superintendent, thank you for having your advisory group come and speak to us. And the superintendent and I had a conversation about this week, actually, how valuable it is to hear from the students. I also have student advisory groups at my high schools, and I've met with 2 of them so far this year, and it is the most valuable information that I get. Better than, I'm not kidding, like more valuable than when I meet with anyone is the information I get from when I sit down with students. And because really, when you think about it, the business of what we do here is for those students. And so how do we really know what the effect of these decisions are, what we're doing, if we don't listen to them and hear from their own voices what they're seeing and what they're not? And listening to you all speak about the issue of kids feeling connected is very impactful, and it makes me very emotional, actually, because I think that this issue right here is probably our number one issue facing all that we do in this district for educating children. Because when children do not feel connected, they're not going to learn. When they're not feeling good about who they are or where they're at, they're not going to learn. And so many of our children, as you said, are feeling that way or feel like they're invisible. When you said invisible, it just made my heart hurt. Because I would want all of us to, and all of us probably remember what that's like when we were adolescents, especially if you were ones that felt invisible when you were in school. Like your presence really didn't matter. If you imagine feeling like that every day, or imagine if you felt like that at work every day, that's a horrible way to have to live. And so if we can do something about that, I think your ideas are brilliant. I love the idea of empowering them to create the clubs. If there's not a club you're interested in, what are you interested in? Well, create it. In one of my advisory groups, that's what they do at their school. They have clubs for everything because the principal said, hey, go ahead, go for it. If you can find an advisor, create it. And they have like a club for like foodie, like a foodie club where they try different foods because, there was some kids that were really interested in that. I love that. Just whatever we can do to make kids feel connected, I think is probably the most important thing we can do. And I think that what you all are brainstorming here, these ideas are so powerful. And I'm so thankful for you. And way to represent Apopka. I love it. And thank you, by the way, thank you, Mr. Heinz. They have the most phenomenal principal, by the way. Mr. Heinz really does get out there and he really connects with the kids and they love him. They really do. And it's evident, right? I mean, isn't he great? So it really does, it is helpful to have a principal that is so connected like that with the students. So I'm appreciative of you. Our community is. So thank you for that. And thank you, girls. You did a great job.
Thank you. And Member Ferrant and then Member Salamanca. Member Ferrant?
I just wanted, I don't think I could say much more than what Member Byrd just said, but super proud of the three of you for coming. It is not easy always to, speak in front of a crowd. And you did a fantastic job. I love the way that you researched, really thought of different ways that you could bring unity in your schools and just get kids to feel like they're part of it. And I think a lot of times the youth growing up have this idea of jumping into high school and it would be like High School Musical and it's just going to be fun and amazing and there's dancing and singing and it's fun all day. And so to try to, obviously it's not like that. Sadly we start to realize it's not, but to bring in those clubs and things like that or different ways that you're, just brainstorming. I love it. Love that you have this, the student representing and definitely something I may look into doing because I think this is a great idea. I think hearing from you all, you're very wise and have a lot going for you. So thank you again. And I don't know if these are your parents. Are they?
Yeah.
So great job. Y'all did a great job. Fantastic. You should be proud of yourselves.
Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. I want to add to that something that Member Byrd said about how important of a role students play, right? We're all here for your education and for you to feel like you belong and you're engaged in your learning. It's so great to see you here engaged in the process of your own education, of your own self-advocacy, because it goes a long way to get leaders like us to hear you, to see you, to understand your perspective. And you should be proud of you stepping up to be a representative for other students. And your parents should be very proud because you have leaders in the making here today. When I ran for office, I'm not a teacher and I'm not a parent. And I ran on a campaign that was run by students such as yourselves. And a lot of the messaging was, and some of my folks are here, actually my campaign manager and my team is actually back there, so you can see them. But it was controversial. There was a lot of folks that said, who needs a student representative up there? We need parents and teachers, which I think we have a lot of them up here. But it was something we fought for, and a lot of the folks in my campaign felt that having someone who had been a student for 12 years in the district would be a valuable voice up here. And every day that I'm up here, I try to be that valuable voice. I try to remind folks of what that student experience is like, and I'm not perfect, none of us are. But I hope that you can see that there is a path to your continued leadership, that your voice matters, that the more engaged you get with elections, with campaigns, with issues and advocacy, the more that it impacts the rest of those that you're representing. And I encourage you to keep doing it. It matters. It makes a huge difference. And it was thanks to folks like you that I get to hold the seat that I hold today, as well as parents and teachers and community members that felt that this was a valuable voice to have. And that's why it's so helpful to have Dr. Vasquez have a seat at the table for students to give us feedback as well. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Wow, I think everybody said almost everything. I just kind of just to wrap it up and summarize, I am so thrilled that you're taking on this initiative. As Member Salamanca said, I'm thrilled that you are taking the role on that you are just by being the advisory group for us. It's terribly important. But feeling connected, as Member Byrd said, is so vital. And one of the things I loved was the idea of encouraging kids to create their own club. My middle son did that when he was in high school. He loved fishing, and so he created a fishing club. And they actually got Guy Harvey to send them all T-shirts. They went out on charter boats several times, got very, very sick. But anyway, that's another matter. They learned to take Dramamine, and that's for seasickness. But that was a great experience for him. But I think for a lot of kids, that's probably intimidating too. So I'm excited that you're reaching out and encouraging them to do that. And you know, it is really important to education, but it's also an education in life. And the sooner that kids learn how to advocate for themselves like you do and how to make those connections, it's everything in life. Honestly, as an adult, having connections opens doors, all kinds of doors. And your doors are going to be wide open because of your incredible personalities and your parents' leadership. And yes, you have a wonderful principal. But most of all, we're just very proud of y'all. So thank you and good luck. And if there's anything that we can do to help support you, we're here for you. All right. Good night, you guys.
Let's do a photo.
Yes. And yeah, we'll get a picture of the girls and then maybe with their parents and the principal.
Good job. You guys are rock stars.
All right, parents and principal. Claim your child. All right, we good? Okay.
Good, stay there. Look amazing. Smile, sir.
Yes, Chad. Thank you. Thank you all. Are you happy with your selection? Where did you come up with this stuff? Are you happy with your selection? Oh, he's your selections. Where does he come up with this stuff? Okay. Next, I'd like to call on, I would call on Clinton McCracken, president of CTA. And I believe, Clinton, are you going to introduce your guest? Thank you, sir. Yes, it's Mr. Floyd. Okay. 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 All right, thank you.
So we'll try to only take 10 minutes.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
Oh.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Vasquez. It is my honor to introduce Mr. Ulysses Floyd to share our union comments today. This past summer was Mr. Floyd's 50th year attending the NEA National Convention. He is a legend not only here in Orange County, but across our country. He was the first African American president of CTA and a longtime FEA and NEA director. He was part of the first statewide teacher walkout in the United States here in Florida in 1968 and was the CTA president in 1974 when we achieved the right to collectively bargain in Florida. I feel honored every time Ulysses is with us in our CTA meetings, and I'm thankful for the guidance and the encouragement that he gives me. I'm so grateful for all that he has done and stood for over the years for teachers and for racial and social justice. Members of the board, Mr. Ulysses Floyd.
He makes me want to cry. Chairperson Jacob, Dr. Vasquez, and members of the Orange County School Board. I'm crying already. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here to speak to you on behalf of the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association. My name is Ulysses Floyd. I taught for 32 years in the Orange County school system. I know most of you, but the older one, this older one. I taught in an elementary school for 32 years, and in 1974, I was president of the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association. At the present time, I'm still working with the Orange County Classroom Teachers, and I'm a member of the CTA board as a non-voting member, and I feel very good about that. The Orange County Classroom Teachers Association is constantly fighting for better conditions and wages for our teachers, which is one big thing. We protect our members wherever we can, whenever needed. Like you, we would like to help our schools grow stronger and our students have more benefits. I know CTA is also working hard toward having a political and collaborative relationship with the board. Our union has been challenged in the years with several changes, but I'm here to share that this union has teachers and help teachers and help students in some of the work they'll be doing. As someone with years of experience knowing that this union has fought for and achieved, I know how valuable it is, and I encourage all of the teachers to join. In order to have some of the best teachers in the world, not only in the world, but in the universe. The school day for our teachers is not over when the bell rings. They also work for many hours at home. This is a profession that these people are community, and the community need to understand and support these teachers. Thank you for allowing me to address you. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions. I just am in awe of you. I am so grateful for all of your service to our students throughout the years and as a teacher and also in your role on behalf of CTA. I would love it if you would come up and let us, Member Felder wants to say something, but I think we'd all love to shake your hand, and hopefully we have not, there you are, Frank. I would love to get a picture if that's okay with you and Clinton. Could we do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's hear from Member Felder, and then we'll call you, oh, well, come on over, and we'll hear from Member Felder.
Thank you so much, Mr. Floyd, and thank you, Chair Jacobs. I grew up with Mr. Floyd and Mrs. Floyd in their home. I was a little girl with their little daughter, Karen Floyd. We're all now grown. But he and his wife were educators along with my mother. And Mr. Floyd, as long as I can remember, has always been an advocate and very outspoken for teachers and that which he believed was right and righteous. And even as I made a decision to run for school board, I was able to put signs in his yard, and he was encouraging me because at the absence of my mom and my dad. So I'm so grateful that he still has the energy, and he's still very much abreast of what we do. Mr. Floyd, what you have done and what you're doing now will long be remembered because you are truly an advocate for education and for children. And as a young girl, now an adult, growing up in your home, in the community that I still live in, I want to let you know that I love you and I appreciate what you have done and what you're still doing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all your service. What an honor.
I see you. Thank you. Thank you.
Clinton, thank you so much for bringing Mr. Floyd. Really appreciate it. What an honor it is for the entire board.
Thank you.
All right, next I'd like to call on Nate Hay from OCPS.
Well, that's hard to follow.
Oh, I know. I do not envy one iota.
Well, good evening, Orange County School Board and Superintendent Dr. Vasquez. I'm Nate Hay, the principal at Lake Silver and the president of OCPS. Currently, OCPS stands at 316 members and focuses on advocating for our school administrators across the district. Our goal this year is to reach 400 members, and we are well on our way. First, I want to thank the board and Superintendent Dr. Vasquez for expanding the nominations for Principal of the Year and Assistant Principal of the Year. With the new cadre structure, more administrators are nominated than ever before, and it was nice to see so many recognized for their vital work that they do. I want to send a big congratulations to the following principals for being named finalists for Principal of the Year: Becky Watson, Principal at East River High School; Melanie Simmons, Principal, Rock Lake Elementary; Lindsay Smeestad, Principal, Sadler Elementary. And I also want to recognize our assistant principals, our finalists for Assistant Principal of the Year: Adrian Anderson, Assistant Principal, Pine Lock Elementary; Sharice Hurdle, Assistant Principal, Rolling Hills Elementary; and Bridget Resk, Assistant Principal, Windermere High School. So congratulations to them. It is an honor to serve in such a large district, and these amazing leaders will represent our district well. Recently, I surveyed our membership to ask about the positive things happening at our schools, because we have so many amazing schools and so many awesome things happening across the district, and I want to share a couple of them tonight. Principal Swain at Avalon Elementary is proud of everyone at her school for embracing the sustainability initiatives. This year, they're part of the USDA Cafeteria Composting and Food Recovery Pilot Program, and so far, they have composted 1,786 pounds of food waste that would have otherwise gone to a landfill. At Camelot Elementary, Principal Gordon shared that their students do a daily affirmation that ends with "I am loved." And when you see the smile on their student's face, it'll melt your heart. Principal Walker at Chain of Lakes Middle School is doing things the Osprey way. They have a structured system for beginning class each and every day. They have an Osprey store for an incentive program. And their band director was nominated for a statewide Tom Bishop Award. So that's pretty exciting for Chain of Lakes Middle. Dr. Osborne at Hamlin Elementary had over 300 grandparents at their Grandparent Day celebration. And you got it right, they had bingo going on, so they got a lot of grandparents there. It was awesome. Principal Brinzo at Sunrise Elementary said their 5th grade STEM club is working with the Department of Defense and UCF to provide the students with challenges. They currently have an edible garden that is being used for science lessons and an outdoor learning space where students can read with their reading buddies. Principal Stevens at Bonneville is focused on building a positive school culture, where they have increased their clubs before and after school and created a positivity store where students cash in their Bulldog bucks for cool prizes. And then Principal Pelletier at Riverside Elementary is excited that her school was selected for the Disney Musical in-schools residency program for this year. So that's really exciting for their school as well. So there's so many amazing things happening across our district, and this is just a snapshot. I want to give a big shout out to all the principals and assistant principals for the job that they do. It's not easy, and it continues to get more challenging as the years go on. But we want to thank the board and Dr. Vasquez for your support as we work together to create the best learning opportunities for the students of Orange County Public Schools.
Thank you, Nate. It's wonderful to hear such good news and very exciting. Next, we're going to, we have a number of proclamations. We always have a large number. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Pollard. There you are hiding behind the podium.
I assume
Thank
that's
you
why you
so
hid me.
much.
So that you wouldn't have to look.
Yeah.
I promise to be quick.
No,
I
don't.
have to
You don't need to be
speak
quick.
But giving honor to you all, Dr. Vasquez, Chair Jacobs, all of the school board members, this is really a nostalgia time for me. First of all, did he leave? Ulysses Floyd really served as kind of a mentor to me in this union work. When I went to my first convention by myself with nobody that I knew, I knew a couple of faces. They said, Ulysses and Ruby Strickland said, come here, you sit with us. And they kind of guided me around for a while. This guy been there 50 years. Oh my God, if I can, at 94, if I could walk around and still do what he do. Then y'all had Apopka High School kids. Lord, and Mr. Hines. I served as the custodian, that was my AP. And so I'm so always proud, you know, homegirl. You know how I'm about Apopka. Then you had those custodians there. I worked so hard, we worked together, Carlos Mafool and Leanne Blackmore and our teams worked together to bring this back. I want to say this. You know how I feel to give your life to a job, to a company, and feel like you're valued, that you're respected, that you can work toward promotion. You're giving your life. Nobody takes a job, and I always say this, to be at the beginning their whole life. And a lot of these people spending 25 and 30 years. I'm so thankful to y'all for recognizing them, the custodians, like I say, of which I was one. And I also took that same training, it seemed like a long time ago, about 10 years ago. So I'm proud of those custodians. I'm proud of Apopka High School. I'm proud of all of your support staff, every classified worker that you have. Just imagine for 1 second if one group didn't come to work.
My God.
Yeah.
One group, those custodians, you imagine the schools, you imagine this place.
Yeah.
So thank you for recognizing them. Thank you for giving me a chance to say something about them. And that's all I needed, that little bit of time. I'll hide back behind the podium again.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ron. You give us a lot to think about because you do give so much of your life to a job. And I know public education is a hard place to work for a lot of reasons, but one thing it has that most jobs don't is the reward of knowing that you are having a profound impact on the present and the future, on the lives of every child that walks through these doors. So that doesn't make up for the fact that we all have to put food on the table and pay rent, and we understand those needs, but it is an awesome opportunity. So thank you. All right, we are now going to move on to proclamations. We're coming up on October, which is a heavy month for proclamations. I think we have a total of 9, but we're going to start with a proclamation we have not recognized before. A lot of some of our proclamations are really student-centric or child-centric. One thing we have not recognized in the past is National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm kind of ashamed that I haven't thought of this. I have a friend whose child died of childhood cancer. And I don't know if any of you all have ever walked alongside of a friend that's gone through that, but it's horrible. And I also, and you all probably don't know this, but Kelly, who works for me, she also lost one of her children to cancer. And so that's how it came to my attention that we have overlooked this all the time that I've been here. So I would like to call, and I want to thank Scott Howitt. We just recently started talking about this. Thank you for this proclamation, getting it on the agenda, doing such a great job with it. Thank you and your team. But I wanted to ask Kelly if she would do the honor of presenting the proclamation on behalf of the board. She's tougher than me.
I don't know about that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Many people do not know that cancer is the #1 killer of disease by our children. Sorry, this is hard. Nor do they know that September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Go Gold. Our schools exist to serve children, and many of our families at OCPS have been touched by childhood cancer, including mine. It's said to be rare, but yet I personally know of one other affected in this room and numerous others in our schools right now. As a whole, we are very behind adult cancers in research and cure rates, in part because only 4% of the National Cancer Institute's budget is dedicated to childhood cancers. And that's for all types of childhood cancer combined. The overall lack of research funding results in kids like mine having dosed down toxic adult chemotherapies, which are many decades old, as their only treatment option. In my case, as with many, the chemo killed my son, not cancer. More awareness and private funding is needed to help further the fight against these horrible diseases and develop new, innovative treatments to preserve the futures of our precious children. Excuse me. I thank the board from the bottom of my heart for deciding to issue a proclamation this year. And to you, Chair Jacobs, for giving me the opportunity to share the proclamation in honor of my sweet Nolan and on behalf of his brothers, Spencer and Carson, as well as all children who have or will suffer. National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, September 2023. Whereas childhood cancer is rare, but it is also the leading disease-related cause of death past infancy in children and adolescents. And whereas National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month was first introduced in a presidential proclamation by President George H.W. Bush in 1990 and was officially recognized on September 26, 2019. And whereas a cancer diagnosis can take a tremendous toll on a child's family, friends, and community. And whereas the National Cancer Institute has developed a national cancer plan to speed up the development of effective cancer treatments, including those of children. And whereas children with cancer may be fighting for their lives in hospitals when they should be learning in school and playing outside. And whereas every September, advocacy organizations, healthcare institutions, patients, and families raise awareness of childhood cancer. And whereas OCPS honors the courage of the thousands of children who are fighting cancer every day and the loved ones who support them. Now, therefore, the School Board of Orange County, Florida, does hereby proclaim September 2023 as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Orange County Public Schools. Thank you.
Yellow is the color for National Childhood Cancer. I didn't have any yellow, and Kelly lent me her bracelet from Nolan. And so next year, I will ask everybody to wear yellow. But today we wear pink because we are proclaiming October. Kelly, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly.
We are proclaiming October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Orange County Public Schools. We are also proclaiming October 2023 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in Orange County Public Schools. We're proclaiming October 2023 as LGBTQ Awareness and History Month. We are proclaiming October 2023 as National Bullying Month. I want to pause for just a second. I'm not sure about other board members. I did receive several emails from parents who were concerned that we did not recognize the impact that bullying has on all children. And so for those who did write to me, I'm sorry if I haven't responded, but I will be responding. But we are recognizing National Bullying Prevention Month for all students. And we are proclaiming October 2023 as National Principals Month in Orange County Public Schools. We're proclaiming October 1st through the 14th, 2023 as Disability History and Awareness Month. Awareness Weeks in Orange County Public Schools. And I'm going to ask Wendy Ivory, Executive Leader and member of the Superintendent's Cabinet over Exceptional Student Education, to come forward and introduce the student who will be reading the proclamation.
Good evening, Chair Jacobs, members of the board, and Superintendent Vasquez. In honor of Disability Awareness Month, the ESE Department wanted to highlight the unique circumstances that many of our students with disabilities face every day and the resources that our district provides to help our students access the curriculum. You may have heard of one of our very own remarkable students at Lake Nona High School who uses a very unique way to attend school. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Shannon Hayes. Shannon attends Lake Nona High School classes via a robot called Vigo. Shannon has a medical condition and cannot physically attend classes. Therefore, the robot allows her to still attend school without putting her health in danger. The robot attends classes and gives Shannon access to classmates and teachers without ever having to leave the safety of her home. She's even made a few friends in the process as she's able to interact and communicate through the robot. Shannon is an amazing, gifted, and dedicated student who excels in rigorous courses. She takes pride in being able to attend her classes through her robot as opposed to using a virtual meeting platform. Shannon hopes to pursue a career in the technology field. She has overcome so many obstacles in her life and is a role model and inspiration to others. She raises the bar exceedingly high through her true dedication to her academic career. We did try to get Shannon here today, but she was unable to make it. However, we do have a pre-recorded video of her reading the Proclamation for Disability History Awareness via her Vigo robot. So we'd like to go to the video now.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shannon. Today I'm going to be reading the Disability History and Awareness Week Proclamation. In 2008, the Florida Legislature designated the first 2 weeks of October as Disability History and Awareness Weeks in public schools, K through 12. And whereas the instructional goals of Disability History and Awareness Week include recognizing the abilities of all students, and whereas this recognition results in better treatment of individuals with disabilities in society, especially youth in schools, and whereas encouraging individuals with disabilities to increase their self-esteem, resulting in more of them taking pride in their abilities, obtaining a post-secondary education, entering the workforce, and contributing to their communities. And whereas the district reaffirms its commitment to the full inclusion of and equal opportunities for all individuals with disabilities. And whereas observing Disability History and Awareness Week allows us to appreciate the accomplishments of our students with disabilities and their parents, teachers, and staff in Orange County Public Schools. Now, therefore, the School Board of Orange County, Florida, does hereby proclaim October 1 through 14, 2023 as Disability History and Awareness Week in Orange County Public Schools.
you. Thank you.
Member Ferrand?
I would like to speak just real quickly before we move on. I do have one issue with one of the proclamations and would like to just share something that I've already written up. Today, Orange County Public Schools will proclaim October as LGBTQ plus Awareness and History Month. While many may wonder why this community group is being recognized for yet another full month, this proclamation is under the guise of bullying, while the previous proclamation in June was to celebrate Pride. I have two main concerns with this proclamation. The first is with the plus. We, as a board, must define the boundaries of the plus. From a simple research, it is evident that the plus is all-encompassing and is open for anyone who sees their sexuality differently than the societal norms, or anyone who would like to come under the LGBTQ plus umbrella. According to my research, there are more than 50 different flags represented in the plus, including Leather Pride, Puppy Pride, and their allies, the BDSM community. BDSM stands for bondage and discipline, domination and submission, sadism and masochism. Other flags represented by the plus is polyamory, which is having multiple sexual partners at one time, and many other sexual ideologies and perversions. This proclamation, for many parents and community members, is a push to normalize sexual promiscuity and sexual ideations at a young age. If this is LGBTQ plus Awareness and History Month, what exactly are we bringing awareness to? How will OCPS bring this awareness and share the history of LGBTQ plus? Will teachers now have the open door to bring this topic up in class? Will students be given an opportunity to discuss this with classmates during class time? When I asked these questions at a separate meeting, I was told this proclamation is merely to help with anti-bullying. This leads me to my second concern. If this is merely about anti-bullying, does this board not recognize there are many children and community groups who are bullied in our schools, not just students who identify as LGBTQ+? If this were a proclamation simply to bring awareness to bullying across all of our campuses and for all of our students, I would have been more than happy to support it, such as the one that we are proclaiming for October. But rather than being inclusive of all of our students and families in this very large district, this board has chosen to be exclusive and recognize a group who sees their sexuality different than the societal norms. Each school year, we have a proclamation for our veterans, giving them 1 day. We have a proclamation for our teachers, giving them 1 week. But a group who is united based on who they are sexually or not sexually attracted to is given 2 entire months in Orange County Public Schools. While I understand and recognize that each of our students, staff, and families have great purpose and worth, I cannot stand with this proclamation which recognizes a group solely based on their sexual orientation. If this board chooses to continue with this proclamation, which has an open-ended plus encompassing any and all sexual ideations, you are clearly pushing an agenda on our children, our staff, and our families. If this board chooses to continue with this proclamation, you are making it abundantly clear that you are more focused on being politically correct than protecting our children who are the most impressionable and easily influenced. I'm asking my colleagues today to remove the LGBTQ plus proclamation and continue with a proclamation focused on anti-bullying for all students. It is time we bring unity and stop spotlighting one single community group. Thank you.
All right. I would ask, moving forward, I usually start the meetings right after the proclamations that we refrain from audible clapping, cheering, booing, hissing. I'm almost speechless. I'm sure that given as much stuff as is out on the internet, anybody can probably find anything as far-reaching as you did. But I will tell you, first of all, I'm a Republican. And so in terms of being politically, whatever it was you said, I happen to believe that people have a right to make their own decisions about their sexuality. I also believe that being gay or lesbian or transgender is not a decision anyway. It's something you're born with, any more than I decided to be heterosexual. I just didn't ever wake up and make that decision. We do this because there is no other group that is treated and has been treated as badly and continues to be treated as badly, with the exception of, I would have to acknowledge our African American community, which we also celebrate and recognize. And the rate of suicide is clearly an evidence of society's lack of acceptance of our students. And we want them to have one safe place, one place they can come, one place that they can be accepted and feel normal and feel welcome. And if we get it right, feel loved. And if that's the sin we're guilty of, I'm willing to wear it with a badge of honor. Member Custodial.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for those affirming words. The LGBTQ plus Awareness and History Month proclamation I support. It's about every student's basic right to learn. Some folks may say they want to get back to basics, which I agree with that if you mean basic human dignity, basic right to an education, and everyone's basic needs to feel safe and secure. Everyone has a right to learn. Our democracy depends upon it. And when students are harassed and belittled for whatever their differences may be, because some believe that that's their righteous cause, then they are denying those fundamental aspects of humanity. And it happens to go against everything I was taught in Sunday school. We welcome everyone to our public schools. In a city where 49 people were murdered and 50 others injured, and having to live with that tragic memory every day because one individual had so much hate for the LGBTQ community that he took it out on these individuals, it's important that we take a stand in support of our LGBTQ friends and family members. This proclamation is actually less about LGBTQ individuals and more about our expectations for the behavior of everyone else in showing respect. Hopefully, with the district making this statement, we can prevent the hate from taking hold and prevent a tragedy in the future. Every student deserves to be safe, and it is our responsibility as a board to make sure that they are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Castrodano. Member Salamanca.
Oh boy. I have no idea where the misinformation of what the plus stands for is coming from. It seems to be the latest attack and effort to bully a community, which is not a surprise. The plus is meant to hold space for parts of gender and identity that we do not understand yet or we cannot define. It is not meant to be this long list of things that people are projecting onto it. That is a reflection of the person projecting that into the plus, not a reflection on what the plus stands for. So I want to make that clear, that whatever you're seeing in the plus is reflective of you, not on our community. And whatever information you're getting that defines this plus as what you want it to be is reflective of your lack of awareness and understanding and willingness to spend time with this community who is doing nothing wrong to you. I believe in liberty and letting people live the lives that they want to live. This is what America is about. Let people choose who they are. Stop imposing your moral beliefs on everyone else. This proclamation is about bullying. The LGBTQ plus youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. And it's because they are targeted in our schools, in our community many times, as we've seen here in Orlando. A really terrible massacre happened because of things that are shared online, such as the one shared here today. In the wrong hands, this is incredibly dangerous. And we need to not provide the space to share such information. I encourage folks out there to continue electing people who believe in freedom and liberty in an inclusive society, because it has real repercussions when you put someone up here in the dais that says these hateful speech. I'm a student at the district. I was in these classrooms for 12 years. I was born and raised Catholic in a Hispanic family. It was one of the hardest things I ever had to do was to come out to my family for something of who I am. It was my teachers and my peers who accepted me for who I was and told me I was not wrong or evil, or that the plus stood for all these terrible things that was just projected onto it, that I was not this monster. I like to think that I live a very healthy life, that I am representative of my community, that I am loving, that I am inclusive, and that I don't wake up every day trying to hurt others. And I would encourage folks to stay out of other people's business. We are public education because we're here for everyone, not just those who agree with you and your beliefs based on religion or values. We're not here to impose values on anyone. We're just here to say the safety of our students are a priority. And that's what this proclamation is about. You could read it. It is about bullying. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Member Ferrant.
I would like to say that you've confused my protecting of all children. These are all beliefs and ideologies that each family can discuss. Every child has the right to be whoever they want to be, whoever they have chosen to be. Every family has the right to raise their child in the way that they want to be. Every single one of our kids deserves to walk into school, to have someone smile at them, to treat them with respect and dignity. And all I am asking is that we do not marginalize one group and zone in on one single group that is based on sexuality. I did not create this group. This group is, they wanted to be based specifically on sexuality, and I feel it is extremely inappropriate for adults to know or to even be proclaiming sexuality on children. I think it's inappropriate.
All right. Just one final thought on a personal note. That most of you all know I was mayor when Pulse happened. I was incredibly proud of this community and shocked, quite frankly, because there was so much support from our community, and a group came to Orlando and asked if they could hang the gay pride flag from the county administration building. And I called our county administrator and told him I wanted it done. I anticipated he would come up with all sorts of reasons why we couldn't. Probably be a hazard, might hurt somebody, might blow down. I just was so conditioned to people being anti-anything LGBTQ that I was waiting for the pushback. Half the board was Republican, so I thought, well, even if I get it hung up, there's going to be so much pushback. But I didn't get any pushback. I was overwhelmed with relief that the answer was, we will have it up before you wake up in the morning. That was the reaction. The reaction it should be, but the reaction I never thought we were capable of. And do you know how many emails that I got complaining about it? 2. 1.3 million people. And there were only 2 that wrote with something negative. And it wasn't even negative, actually. It was just that they thought it was divisive. I was so proud of where we had come as a community. And I thought, you know, sometimes you have to break somebody's heart to open up their mind, is what I thought. But 2 weeks later, talk about getting safely to school, an Orange County Public School student, it was 2 or 3 weeks later, a student from Orange County Public Schools was walking home. He was perceived to be gay. I'm not sure if he was or not. Got beat up very badly on the way home because the students thought he was gay. And at that moment, I was honestly crushed because I thought we had come so far, but I thought, you know what? If our children grow up the way my generation grew up, friends that I had, my close friends who were scared to death to tell their parents, in high school and in college, petrified to tell their parents. If this next generation grows up that way, well, shame on us for replicating this hatred. And so with that in mind, when I took office, I brought forward the proclamation, and I continue to be proud of it. We are not, no matter what you read on the internet, no matter what you say to each other, we are not teaching children how to be gay. You couldn't teach them if you tried. It's just not teachable. I have a good friend who went into a conversion therapy at his church. He went through this whole conversion because it was so uncomfortable being gay. He didn't want to be gay anymore because society doesn't accept you. So that's what he went through. And you know what? He met another guy going through the conversion. They're now married. Okay. My point is, both of them wanted to fit in. They didn't choose to be gay. They didn't like the way people treated them, but that's who they are. That's how they were born. And they're dear friends of mine, and they will always be dear friends of mine. And whatever I can do to help the next generation not be so close-minded, so hurtful without knowing it, I'm going to do. And we're not going to teach it, and we're not opening the door for teaching it. And guess what? Kids are allowed to talk about it anyway. Nobody shut down the freedom of speech of children to talk about the things they want to talk about, whether they're at home or they're at school or they're walking to school. So good luck trying to stifle that. Our kids are way better than we are anyway. Let's move on. We've got a couple more proclamations, and I look forward to all the wonderful emails I'm going to get from the right side of the aisle, which happens to be wrong. Member Salamanca?
I do want to just acknowledge the student and Disability Month and the incredible work that our district
thank you.
has done. Don't want it to get lost in the back and forth. Speaking of getting back to the basics, public education is about providing education to everyone. We had an amazing student up here show how we as a district are able to accommodate all types of learning, and we are accepting and inclusive of this. All of this alongside with bullying and everything that comes with just being a student that is different. And so I do want to say that was incredibly powerful. And thank you, Wendy, for all the work that you're doing with our ESE students, and to Superintendent for prioritizing these areas in our district, as this is something we can always do better in. And we're always, as a board, very really careful about making sure we're doing the best we can for our families that need this. So thank you to Wendy for bringing this incredible student to tell us about her story and to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Member Felder.
Thank you, Chair. We can always depend on our little Salamanca to bring us back. I do want to say something about what happened, what Board Chair Jacobs and I experienced yesterday in attending Magnolia School in Silver Pines when I looked at the young lady who we honored just now. it was just incredible. I just want to thank the Silver Pines principal, Damaris, and the Magnolia principal, Mr. Schuler. I said that I was so godly proud of Orange County Public Schools and what we were doing, and the fact that we had a district, Brevard County, to bring over members of their school board and their district to come and to experience what we have here in OCPS with students who have disabilities. We have to do what we can to be inclusive of all of our students and give them all an opportunity to have a platform. And I'm so grateful. Yesterday was just incredible. And I know we can't just let everybody come to school without, tags and stuff. But I'm going to tell you, y'all need to go visit Magnolia. You need to go visit Silver Pines and see what our students are doing in our administration, how they work so well with the children to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to life, has an opportunity to make the best of the life that God has provided them with. And board chair Jacobs and I, we were just mesmerized. So, wow. And those are my schools. So thank you, board member Santa Monica, for bringing us back to remember that young lady. And I've taught students who had to use boxes and computers to communicate and so forth, and they were some of my better students, because they wanted to be there. We were able to make that happen. So I just want to thank this district for being a district that we don't shun people because of what we may not understand or be able to identify with who they are, but they have a platform to be who they were born to be, and we just try to enhance and encourage that opportunity. So yesterday was wonderful, and Superintendent, thank you for that. Allowing the schools to be open, and the principals for doing so well. And again, thank you, Principal Schuler and Principal Damaris. We certainly, and Wendy Ivory, you're a jewel for this district, and we thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Felder. All right, our next proclamation is for October 3rd, 2023, as that's so bad when you can't say that word. Dyslexia Awareness Day in Orange County Public Schools. We're proclaiming October 5th as World Teachers Day, October 8th through the 14th as Fire Prevention Week. And I also want to recognize Clinton McCracken in the back for bringing forward the proclamation as well for LGBTQ month when I was first elected. And thank you for being here with us now. All right, we are going to move on. Pardon me? Did I mention the principals? Yeah. Okay. Dr. Vasquez, we are ready for a strategic plan update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, we are going to hear from Greg Moody, Executive Leader for School Choice, on a very important topic, and that is truancy, chronic absenteeism, and not only what we have been experiencing, but this is a trend that we are seeing all across the country. And it is going to be something that we as a community will need to tackle together. It's having a significant impact in our schools, but more importantly, we are seeing the impact it is having on our students. And so I look forward to the conversation the board will have surrounding this very important topic. Mr. Moody.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent. It's my pleasure to present our plan for truancy intervention this evening. I'll briefly share background information, research, the current state of OCPS truancy and attendance, and plans for the 2023-24 school year. First, allow me to provide background information. Section 1003.21 Florida statute says that all children who are either 6 years of age or who are older than 6 of age, but who have not attained the age of 16, must attend school regularly during the entire school term. A student who attains the age of 16 during the school year is not subject to compulsory attendance beyond that date, of which the student attains that age, if he or she files a formal declaration of intent to terminate school enrollment with the school district. OCPS has policy JE, student attendance, that governs our actions related to attendance and truancy. Truant is defined as a student with 5 unexcused absences in a calendar month, or 10 unexcused absences in a 90-day period. Florida law defines habitual truant as a student who has 15 or more unexcused absences within 90 calendar days, or without the knowledge or consent of the student's parents or guardians, and who is subject to compulsory attendance. A truancy petition means a petition filed by the superintendent of schools alleging that a student subject to compulsory school attendance has at least 5 unexcused absences within a calendar month, or 10 unexcused absences within a 90 calendar day period, or has more than 15 unexcused absences in a 90 calendar day period. A truancy petition is filed and processed under statute 984.151. And chronic absenteeism is defined as any student who accumulates 21 or more absences, or 10% or more of the academic year, either excused or unexcused. Section 1003.26 of Florida statute states that school board shall set policy regarding attendance and what constitutes excused and unexcused absences. OCPS defines a student is absent when he or she misses more than 1/2 of the school day. Absences shall be excused for the following: illness or death of a family member, recognized as religious holiday, medical appointments, legal appointments, participation in an approved activity or class of instruction held at another site, prearranged absences of educational value with principal's approval, head lice infestation, catastrophic disasters that significantly impact the life of the student. Now let's take a closer look at chronic absenteeism. I'll share some findings from research. Chronic absent rates increase as students progress through grade levels, elementary, middle, and high school. Chronic absenteeism impacts a variety of student outcomes: math and reading achievement, retention, and student discipline. Students have an increased risk of dropping out of school. Research indicates chronic absenteeism is a better predictor of dropout than lower grades or test scores. One study found that only 17% of the children who were chronically absent in kindergarten and first grade achieved reading proficiency by the end of 3rd grade. Research on upper elementary grades found that students who were chronically absent in 4th grade through 6th grade are less likely to graduate. Lower rates of attendance are associated with higher rates of grade retention, disengagement, and alienation in school. In a survey of over 5,700 chronically absent students in grades 6 through 12 across 8 states, chronically absent students were asked to provide their number of absences during the previous year. Only 43% of those students recalled or reported absences that were consistent with chronic absenteeism. When students were asked about their absences compared to their peers, only 55% of the students perceived their absence rate to be the same or less than their peers. Let's talk about reasons for absences. Historically, research reports reasons for absences. They are health, including short-term illness, chronic illness, medical, dental, and mental health appointments. Transportation, including missing bus, car problems, or not wanting to walk in the rain. Personal stress includes depression, sadness, stress, upset family emergency. Preferred activity outside of school. Hung out with friends, family, stayed out too late, overslept, or substance abuse. And value of school, meaning perception that school is boring, no reason to come to school, belief that school will not help reach their future goals, and perception that parents don't care if they're absent from school. Additionally, adolescent children may experience a barrier to attendance if they are expected to take on adult responsibilities and contribute to the household. Some students may have to work, care for younger siblings, or care for family members. This barrier may be more prevalent in lower socioeconomic households. Aversions are factors that may impact attendance because the student feels they are unsafe or do not belong. Research highlights mental health concerns such as fear, anxiety, and depression as contributors to absenteeism. Disengagement includes factors which influence a student's desire to attend school. Students who lack connections to school and or the people in school will most likely exhibit attendance issues. Family-school connectedness. Students are more likely to be absent when there is not a strong connection between family and school. Let's take a look at OCPS chronic absenteeism. For the 21-22 school year, OCPS reported a 27% rate for chronic absenteeism compared to the state of Florida at 21%. These data are captured in Survey 5 and shipped to the state DOE during the summer. That's why you'll see the most recent data is from 2021-22 school year. We expect that the 22-23 school year data reports will be available from the state soon. This graph shows our chronic absenteeism rate over time. This chart captures the percentage of students with 21 or more absences from OCPS from 2013 to 2022. You can tell from the graph that from 2013 to 2020, Orange County hovered between 10 to 13%. In 2021, we increased to 19%. In 2022, we increased to 27%. OCPS mirrored the statewide increase of chronic absenteeism rates post-pandemic. Our average daily rate of attendance for 2021-22 was 89.6%, and the average daily rate of attendance for the state was 91%. This graph shows our chronic absenteeism rate by school type for the 2018-19 school year through 21-22 school year. Elementary schools, the first set, you'll see, 2019 was 8%. 2022 was at 24%, so 16 percentage point gain. K-8 and special schools were 7% to 16%. Middle schools, you'll see a 13 percentage point increase, and high schools had an 18 percentage point increase from 2018 to 2022 school year. Now let me share some steps that we have to enforce attendance. If a student is marked absent, a Connect Orange call is sent home at the end of the day notifying the parent of the absence. When a student reaches 5 unexcused absences in a calendar month, or 10 unexcused absences in a 90-day calendar period, or the 15 unexcused absences, he or she will receive an attendance warning letter. This letter is automatically dropped in the parent portal in Skyward. The same letter is mailed to the family in the language spoken at home. If the teacher notices a pattern of non-attendance, a teacher shall report this to the principal. School administration will meet with the parent to discuss attendance concerns. If non-attendance continues, the principal may refer the case to the attendance child study team. If the attendance child study team determines a pattern of non-attendance is developing, a meeting with the parent is to be conducted to identify potential remedies. If the initial meeting does not resolve the problem, the attendance child study team may implement the following: frequent attempts at communication between teacher and parent at school, evaluation for an alternative ed program, attendance contracts, The attendance child study team may also implement other interventions, including a referral to other agencies for family services or involving the school-based social worker for assistance and further interventions. The attendance child study team shall be diligent in facilitating intervention services and shall report the case to the superintendent or designee only when all reasonable efforts to resolve the non-attendance behavior are exhausted. If a student subject to compulsory attendance will not comply with attempts to enforce school attendance, the superintendent or designee may file a truancy petition. If the court finds the child truant or habitually truant, the court shall order the student to attend school and the parent to ensure that the student attends school, and may order any of the following: the student to participate in alternative sanctions to include mandatory attendance at alternative classes to be followed by mandatory community service hours for a period of up to 6 months. The student and the student's parents or guardians to participate in homemaker or parent aid classes, services. The student or the student's parent or guardian to participate in intensive crisis counseling. The student or the student's parents or guardians to participate in community mental health services, if available and applicable. The student and the student's parent or guardian to participate in service provided by voluntary or community agencies as available. And the student or the student parents or guardian to participate in vocational and or job training or employment services. We currently have 73 active petitions with approximately 40 pending processing. Students between the ages of 14 and 17 are subject to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle sanctions. A student between 14 and 17 who has accumulated 15 unexcused absences in a period of 90 days is reported to the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. The Department of Highway and Safety Motor Vehicles sends a notice to the parent or legal guardian of intent to suspend driver's license. The student has 15 days after notice of intent to suspend to provide proof of compliance with attendance. If the student does not comply, his or her driver's license will be suspended. We currently have 9,618 students involved in this process. So now I'll come to recommendations and plans for the 23-24 school year. Recommendations will include continuing with and expanding upon many of our current practices, such as taking a closer look at the data, creating a truancy interventionist position, increasing the sense of family school connectedness, increasing a sense of belonging, and creating a portrait of a chronically absent student. Excuse me. First, we have to take a closer look at our chronic absenteeism data. To this end, we expect the rollout of Unified Insights this school year. We anticipate a few attendance-related dashboards that will be available to the district and school-based administrators. We expect these reports will be available this November. These reports will make it easier for school and district administrators to identify students who are chronically absent, and more importantly, those who might be trending toward chronic absenteeism. Early identification and intervention is crucial. The superintendent has allocated a position to serve as a truancy interventionist. This person will periodically run absence occurrence reports for 20, 30, or 40 or more absences, excused and unexcused. This information will be shared with schools and principal leaders. The truancy interventionist will develop a parent notification regarding these absences. I spoke about the 5, 10, and 15 unexcused absence letters that are dropped in the Skyward Parent Portal. The truancy interventionist will monitor this process. Schools will also mail this letter home in the home language. A report of these students will be sent to the principal and principal leaders to monitor. A process to notify parents that an attendance letter has been dropped in the parent portal will be developed. And we'll also explore the use of a new technology the district has incorporated, talking points, so that the schools can communicate directly with parents in their heritage language. The truancy interventionists will promote the importance of attendance to our community. This will be done in part by presenting at parent academies, working with parent engagement liaisons across the district, publishing attendance messages on a web page, and more. A district attendance truancy committee will be developed, made up of school and district level administrators, teachers, parents, and students, to brainstorm ideas on reducing truancy and chronic absenteeism. The truancy interventionists will collaborate with various departments to educate staff on attendance and truancy, to develop needed reports for monitoring, and to refine processes for improving chronic absenteeism. And the truancy interventionists will participate in home visits with the social workers when needed. Part of our plan will be to increase the sense of family-school connectedness. Part of the plan will be to partner with the parent engagement liaisons at the school to bring the importance of attendance to the forefront with our families. Students are more likely to be absent when there is not a strong connection between family and school. Many families do not realize that absences, even excused, can impact a student's academic performance. And many families underestimate their child's absenteeism. Parents of chronically absent students will be better informed on the number of absences and will be reminded of the importance of attending school each and every day. To this end, Dr. Amana Levi, whom I failed to introduce, to my right, Senior Administrator for Juvenile Justice Services, recently presented on the importance of attending school at a recent Lunch and Learn with parents. I should also recognize the effort of Ms. Lisa Coffey, Director of Social Services, and a group of social workers. Ms. Coffey and a team of social workers called over 1,000 families this summer that were chronically absent last school year to encourage students to come to school, stress the importance of attendance, and to see if their family needed any type of services or assistance. This was a great idea. A Connect Orange message is good, but the personal contact is most important. We will replicate this throughout the year and have staff call families before they're chronically absent. Increased sense of belonging. We have to reduce aversions and increase students' sense of belonging. You'll recall from we previously stated aversions are factors that may impact attendance because the student feels they are unsafe or do not belong. Research highlights mental health concerns such as fear, anxiety, and depression as contributors of absenteeism. Disengagement includes factors which influence a student's desire to attend school. Students who lack connections to people, to school, people in the school, will most likely exhibit attendance issues. Strategies for this year include, but are not limited to, a focus on resiliency, and I cannot pronounce that word to save my life. I messed up in cabinet. So, Resiliency Day in September, Red Ribbon Week, and the Start with Hello Week. And maybe before tonight's over, I'll learn to say that word.
Okay, I'll make you an offer. So the next time I have to say National Dyslexia Day.
Dyslexia. That one I can say.
You'll say it, and I'll do resiliency for you. I got the resiliency down. Thank you.
Sounds like
a good trade?
Yes, definitely. So promoting attendance awareness. We will increase attendance awareness with all stakeholders, including students, parents, teachers, administrators, and the larger community. These are a few examples on your screen of the social media and website posts for September. Keep in mind that attendance is not only important in September. We will continue posting messages throughout the school year. We will explore other ways to promote awareness, and the District Attendance Truancy Committee will assist with this. Before we can make a difference, we really have to understand the chronically absent student. Why are they absent? And what barriers to attendance can we help to overcome? Are students and parents or guardians aware of their absences? Aware of the impact of being chronically absent? What are the perceptions of absences today? Have perceptions, both parents and students, changed post-pandemic? We will explore ways to gather information from families and, most importantly, students. So this brings me to the goals for 23-24. With all of this said, our goals this year will include, but will not be limited to, increase the average daily rate of attendance for the district, decrease the number of chronically absent students, collaborate with other districts in the Council of Great City Schools to discover best practices, increase stakeholder awareness of the importance of attending school, and train staff on truancy procedures and interventions. Needless to say, we have a lot to learn and a lot to do. Superintendent, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. As you can see, the data is quite alarming when we have more than a third of our students that are out 21 or more days for the past school year, and all of the factors that contribute to chronic absenteeism and the impact it's having in our schools and in our community. I look forward to the board's discussion on the topic and our plans for interventions and how to improve upon this data.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate this presentation. Thank you, Mr. Moody, for putting all of this information together. I think that it's obviously a very important topic, considering it's about a third of our students that this is affecting. So I love the idea of figuring out, of really digging into why these kids are absent, chronically absent, because there's a lot of different reasons, as you said. And I think that if we understand that better, we can obviously fight the problem. I think that it is, one of the things that I read today as I was, doing a little research was the idea of assigning a mentor to a chronically absent student is very helpful at the school. Mm-hmm. And I love that idea because I am a parent of a child that was chronically absent for mental health issues, had severe anxiety, panic attacks before school, that kind of thing. Had there been someone at the school that maybe called her, or I could even send a text message to and saying we're having a bad day, and then maybe that person would reach out to her, it might have helped to pull her out of it, or to at least help her get there. I will say that her school was fantastic. She had safe places to go in the school. She had many teachers' rooms she could go to, that kind of thing. We worked it out, but what I'm trying to get at is I think that if, as you say, about the connectedness, I think if they know that there is a staff member at that school that is counting on them to be there, that it can help some of our kids through this. And to be quite honest, parents need the support too. It's not always just that they don't care. I mean, I cared. I wanted my daughter at school every day. And I think a lot of parents do. I think that sometimes it's just different barriers in the way. And I think that parents need a lot of support and help too. So I think anything that we can do to bridge that connectedness, I love that idea. I do want to ask, does every school have parent engagement liaisons, or just our Title I schools, correct, or no?
Correct. Currently, we fund parent liaisons in all of our Title I schools. There may be an additional one or two non-Title I schools that fund it through district dollars, but I'm not aware
Okay. Because I will say that those positions are extremely helpful for my schools that have them. And my schools that have them have great engagement from their parents because of that position. So, that might be something we want to look at helping our other schools get, and that could probably be extremely helpful with this situation. But thank you again for the information.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Custodial.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Moody, for this presentation. It is alarming. And there are so many reasons why kids are not making it to school. It's hard to be a teenager these days. I know that. Can you give me some more information about the attendance child study teams? Are they school-based? And who would be on that team?
Yes, ma'am. So great question, and I failed to mention that. Yeah, attendance child study teams are school-based at individual schools. They can include, I'm going to make sure, I'm going to look to my right, make sure I get this right, but they'll include administrator, teacher, support person, parents at the school to support the family.
Okay. And so every school will put one together? Or they already have one?
Well, when they encounter chronic absenteeism, yes, they will convene an attendance child study team. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just to be clear, if they have 15 kids at the school, is the same team looking at all 15 kids? Or does a team change up?
Board Member Custodial. The team will change up based on the school, based on the child's needs. It can also include the SAFE coordinator, could be the guidance counselor, could be a myriad of staff at the school, and the staff members also that are important, or the SAFE people in the students' world at the school, so to speak.
Okay. With so many kids who are chronically truant, that's going to be a lot of meetings. Is this the attendance child study team? Do they only get together when a child is chronically truant, or first 5 absences? Do you know that yet? What time do they get involved?
So, Board Member, I just want to clarify. Not chronically truant. When it comes specifically to the attendance child study team meeting, we're looking at very specifics within the statute. So if the student has 5 or more unexcused absences in a calendar month, 10 unexcused absences in 90 calendar days, or they're habitually truant with 15 or more unexcused absences in a calendar month, in 90 calendar days, we follow the truancy process, and there are 3 school-based truancy interventions that have to occur before that attendance child study team meeting happens, so that they can try to drill down and get to the root cause of what may be after these very specific issues. Now, when it comes to chronic absenteeism, we're looking at both excused and unexcused absences, so those tally up a lot faster. That's when we're not necessarily focused primarily on an attendance child study team meeting. That meeting name changes based on the school. So it could be the MTSS process or something different that's outside of the attendance realm. However, attendance is a huge component of that meeting.
Okay. And then since these truancy rates and absentee rates have gone up so much these last 3 years, I imagine that's affected students' ability to graduate. Have we seen a decline in graduation? Or are they able to hang on and make up their work somehow?
So we did see a small decline in graduation rates for the year prior to last. We'll receive graduation data for this this past year soon. Part of the problem is that students can make up their work, and teachers are incredibly liberal with that makeup time, and so they really are not being penalized because the teachers are being very flexible in allowing them to submit their missed work to missed assignments. Now, for a child that is struggling academically and is not able to really get it either with the help of someone at home or on their own, they struggle more. But our teachers, that's another problem, is that the makeup work continues to come in long after that those assignments are due, but they try not to penalize.
I think my time is up, but I want to come back around.
Okay, absolutely. Member Felder, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moody, for your report. You and I had a lengthy conversation on yesterday. And I guess, well, I am. No apologies. I am old-fashioned. I remember years ago we had a truant officer, Hetty Alexander. She lived next door to me. And she used to go around to all of the schools, to make sure in the parents' houses for children that were truant. But one of the things that I mentioned to you, and I'll say it again, is that a lot of the parents of children who are truant, they may not ever go into a portal, or they may not use a computer, and the addresses sometimes are not where they live, but they do all have a cell phone. So I mentioned to you that one of the ways, I don't know, I was out when you were making a report, but we could contact them on the phone, because some of them may not even understand like chronic absenteeism. You see what I'm saying? Because you may have a student who is ill, and I guess we can't change it. Maybe that's coming down as a state statute to call it chronic. But students that are ill, I don't think they should be in the same category of those students who just don't come. But you've all called it chronic absenteeism. One of my concerns is that. And you say you have a team that's working specifically with students who are chronically absent. What has that been like in terms of talking to parents? See, again, back in the 90s, I would go to the homes personally. A lot of people, I'm not advocating that for people. You do what you feel comfortable doing. But I felt comfortable doing that because I understood the absenteeism, and this particular student was extremely chronic. So I just went to her house and had a conversation with her mother. But, okay, what have you had any success? I mean, what have you done to try to combat that?
Great question, Member Felder. So you're looking at a team of one right now. I say that jokingly, but maybe 1.5.
Okay.
So a lot of what we've talked about tonight is in the works, is in the planning stages. And yes, I wouldn't hesitate to knock on any door, to ask where the student has been. In the research that I've looked at to prepare for tonight and for our plan throughout the year, the one thing in several studies that have been done, or several reports that have been done, has been the one key factor is communication.
Mm-hmm.
They found success with communicating with the home. So we've got to do a better job of that. That's got to look different. Parents aren't looking at the parent portal in Skyward to identify that they have a 5-day unexcused letter. So we're looking at a trigger, an automatic trigger, that they'll get that phone call automatically, right? We're trying to work smarter. So the trigger will be, as soon as that letter drops in Skyward, they're getting a phone call, Connect Orange, that doesn't exist right now. Right now, they're just hearing my voice on a Connect Orange of, last week I sent a Connect Orange to over 200, I think it was 200 families that had 15 or more absences this school year. So they got to hear my voice on Friday evening. Said, you're going to be chronically absent if you continue this pattern. And reach out to your schools for assistance, is basically what the message said. So they'll be hearing my voice, unfortunately, for families. But Member Felder, you bring up something very important. It is the communication to the families. And it's also what Member Byrd had mentioned is the support for parents, right? Because they're at their wits' end as well. Some of them are like, they want their kids to go to school. So we've got to do a better job of communicating directly to the family. And to that end, talking with, I don't mean to spill the beans, but talking with the superintendent is the idea of calling, having staff make that personal phone call. So we're going to rely on this, ask the superintendent. She's agreed to do so. Didn't mean to steal her thunder, but she has agreed to do that, and I hope to extend that invitation to families. You know, how important, how great would it be to say, I got a phone call from the superintendent, and you better get your in school, right? So yeah, you're going to school tomorrow. So I think that's that personal connection, that personal communication. Families got to know that we care. Families got to know that we're here to support them. And families got to know that their kids have got to be in school.
Yeah, thank you. I think what you just said, it will mean so much to some parents to have a board member or superintendent, someone
Absolutely.
come, call and say, you know, Janice has been absent these many days. And some parents, they would feel like, oh, you care about Janice that much? Yes, we do. We want her to, or him, to be in school. So that's something we're working towards. So I'm happy about that, that we're doing something to work toward that, and not, everything that's good on paper, but we really got to put our boots on and, go out there. Thank you so much.
Member Ferrant.
Okay, thank you, Greg or Mr. Moody and your team. I love it. I've been in that situation where you got to pretend like you got a big team, but it's coming. You did a great job. I really love the idea of that Member Byrd had mentioned about assigning a mentor. I think that's a fantastic idea, something that at the school level we could be letting the cadres know that that's something that we'd like to implement. I do believe that our schools are taking many great initiatives already. I've been to a few of the different schools, and one of the elementary schools, they were giving kids a token every day that they got to come, and if they got 5 tokens for the week, they got a special treat. So if they didn't come all week and they saw their friends all getting it, then they would want to get that special treat. It made them tell their parents, like, I got to get to school. A lot of the times I think it's a mix between either parents can't get them, they're not feeling well, or kids are just not really wanting to go. I think if we could offer, I'm sure we're already doing this, but just having somebody looking into each student and seeing, okay, let's talk to this family. Is there something, maybe going to the brick and mortar school is not for them. Maybe Orange County Virtual is something that they would do better with. Just kind of looking at that. I do think really when you look at the data on page 8, and you see the spike is really from the COVID year of 2020, 2021, and now it's getting even worse. So I'd have to say after COVID, kids were asked, like during COVID, kids were asked to stay home and quarantine, although they were feeling wonderful and they didn't feel sick, but they were asked to stay home. So they would stay home for, I think it was 10 days or 14, I don't even remember what it was. But at the end of the year, they all graduated because we didn't want anybody being left behind because of the quarantining. And so I think kids kind of have it in their mind that, like, well, I can just take a mental health day. That's sort of what we just kept calling them, is mental health days or whatnot. And I think really having that communication with parents again and reminding them that the pandemic is over. We do have to focus on academics. We do have to get back into school, even if you're not feeling up to it. Another thing that ways that I think our teachers or our schools are taking great initiatives is through the teachers. I've seen firsthand teachers picking up the phone, like Member Felder said, going to their house, but teachers picking up the phone and just calling, even talking to the child and saying, hey, come on, let's go to school. This is the fun stuff we're going to be doing. That might work better, maybe even in elementary. I don't know if high schoolers, but do we see a higher rate at specific schools, or maybe even during a specific time of year? And I'm seeing a no back there from.
So, Member Farran, looking at the data as much as I had in the last month, I didn't notice a particular trend or pattern based on school, but I can get that information to you and look at it once again and see. But I didn't notice any particular trend because, one might suspect, certain schools, certain what demographic may have, socioeconomic may have a higher rate. Okay. But it was pretty much across the board. But I'll look again and follow up with you.
I trust you. If you've looked and you've been studying this for a while, I'm sure you know. And then just my last thought is the talking points with that texting. I think it's fantastic. I know as a parent, I receive the text messages from my kids' teachers about upcoming events or things that they'll be doing, assignments such and like that. And so I don't know if that's even a way where a teacher could, you could just send that message like, hey, can you shoot them a quick text? I know it might feel like one more thing to text, but if it means their student is in their class and being able to pass it, they might jump on board with that. But thank you again for your hard work.
My pleasure.
All right. Member Gould, you're recognized.
A couple of comparative questions. I believe I heard a study that this is a national issue, not just a state of Florida issue. Are we seeing higher, the same, or lower percentage of absenteeism in our 21 to 22 school year? Do you know that? And if not, you can let me know later.
So let me understand your question. You want the rate of our...
Us compared to the national average of absenteeism.
I don't have the national average.
Okay.
I can tell you what our rate was last year, or in the 21-22 school year.
Right, that was on the chart. I got that.
And I can tell you the year prior we were at 19.4%.
Right.
Yeah, so now I don't have the national. It is a national, what I can tell from the literature, it is a national concern. Yeah. It's a statewide concern. I think every district in the state had increased. Their chronic absenteeism rates increased.
Yep.
Yes.
I'd also like to know, because I'm sure you don't have this, if there's a way to find out charter and private schools and what they've seen before COVID and post-COVID.
Private schools I won't have, but charter schools, this data does include charter schools within Orange County, but I can separate charter and
just to
non-charter.
See if there's a difference. Okay, where I'm going with this is that I think this is a symptom of a problem that COVID exacerbated, and all those interventions are absolutely essential. Getting communication to the families is absolutely essential. But school just isn't relevant in the way that it's delivered this day and age to our students, and certainly not to the marketplace. So that is something that I think we have to continue to try to chip away at. And we've done a great job with lifting our CTEs so that kids can graduate dual enrolled with a certification, even if their next path is college or if it's going out into the workforce. But if we don't make it relevant, and everything that you're talking about for the solutions, except for bridging the communication gaps, is about making it fun. Well, if it's relevant, it's fun. So, and I've just had another roundtable in the community, and I had teachers and administrators and everybody there last night. And the issues at the core, I keep coming back to this one word, relevant. How do we make it relevant for them? Clubs and all of that are enhancements. We've often said at this table, kids will come to school because they want to participate in sport or their extracurricular or a craft they want to learn through what we call extracurricular, which in my opinion is really life skills in core classes. but that's not what's measured. So until we can kind of change our paradigm on how we're measuring the success with students and still meet the requirements we have to meet with the state, and that's a big lift, but I think we've got to, or kids are going to continue to disengage and find their own way to educate themselves if they certainly have the entire world at their fingertips. But that doesn't give them the full, well-rounded education to make them good citizens and lead good, full, thriving lives, because they've only had one kind of interaction. So, I mean, we can come up with lots of short-term things which we have to do, but we have to tackle this in a long-range way.
All right, thank you, Member Gould. Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things. So to echo what some folks said up here on the mentor support and how that can be a kind of a more scalable way to reach some of these students and families. Another one that I've seen in some of my schools that's effective is just peer support. And so to the degree that we can work with principals to encourage peer support student clubs that are focused on making sure students are feeling included and are checking in on each other, obviously without giving them any information about attendance or privacy or anything like that. But some schools have this, some schools don't. I know we don't get too involved with kind of the student organizations on school, but if we do have a little bit more thoughtful approach to what are some of those peer organizations that are peer support for engaging of students, I think that's going to go a long way if we as a district prioritize that and do provide support for some of those student-led groups. The other one I had was, is there any legislation coming down the pipeline at all on kind of penalties associated when, there's multiple interventions, and many times once we talk to families, a lot of this stuff is addressed. But I have talked to school leaders and principals who say even sometimes when we reach out to families, it's really hard for them to still just bring the kids in. Do we have a sense if there's anything in legislation that's being targeted at the state level on this chronic absenteeism?
Board member, no, we have not seen anything coming down the pipeline with that. I will state that it is an issue that Dr. Levi and I struggle with in court when we are there on a weekly basis. The ability of the magistrate or the judge to hold the families accountable only goes so far, and they can only do so much. So, part of the issues that we have had also stem from the lack of cooperation with some of our other community agencies, in that we want to hold accountable and the judge does, but we're not able to get the buy-in from some of the other community agencies to exercise their part of what needs to happen. So that it really is an issue. In the state of Florida right now, truancy is not grounds for a DCF call. So that is another part of it. Truancy or not sending your child to school could be considered contributing to the delinquency of a minor. It could result in you being referred to SINS-FINS court, which is Children in Need of Services, Family in Need of Services court, but it is not the basis for a dependency petition to be filed in foster care.
Got it. Thank you. That is helpful. That has been my sense from when I talk to parents and staff on sometimes even when things get escalated, it is actually really hard to enforce. And so I don't know if this is something we can add to our legislative priorities for us to, when we go up to Tallahassee, continue to remind our policymakers how much of a pain point this has become for a district and for the state. I know we were always kind of talking about legislative priorities, but I feel like this is one where we could get some bipartisan support for, hopefully. So that's one. The other one is, for transportation, I saw as one of the big kind of top reasons as well as to maybe causing attendance issues. I don't know how much we're tracking the types of reasons, and I know you want to create more of that profile. It would be helpful if we had more data on what percentage of these students are due to transportation. We know we as a district are not anywhere near serving the transportation requirements for all of our families. because we just don't have drivers. We're limited by capacity. But I'm almost wondering if we were able to track this data better and have a better sense of how much of this can be attributed to transportation, if we can start requesting maybe federal funds or state funds to subsidize transportation, if that is really one of the key reasons why we're not getting students into school. Or it's hard if a parent relies on the bus to come pick up their kid and they're not being picked up several times, and those days start to add up because many times the parent can't leave work to go take the student to school. They're basically like walk home and just go home. So I have heard that from parents as well. And so I don't know if to a degree we can track how much it is transportation. I think that would be really helpful also from a legislative perspective.
I agree. We do also look at outsourcing for our students with disabilities and our students, McKinney-Vento students. I will tell you that there's a shortage there as well. And so even if we had additional dollars, I don't know that the personnel exist with the agencies that are out there transporting students to be able to meet that need. But I do agree that looking at the legislation and identifying ways that either can assist families or give districts greater leverage, because right now, for some, there's not a whole lot of teeth to what happens, and we understand there's pros and cons when we're looking at holding parents accountable for students that are absent. We know family lives and circumstances are very different, but we certainly can look at the change and asking for a change with the legislation. I believe Board Member Farran had also reached out to me asking about how we might be able to look at alternative ways to transport students.
Thank you.
Member Custodial.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I have one question. When you were showing the slides of the different breakdown of elementary, K-8, middle, and high school, can you go back to that one? That one, right there. So I see K-8 for last year only had 16%, and it's in the middle of elementary and middle, but it's much lower. And I'm wondering, do you have any ideas of why that might be?
So let me explain the K-8 grouping, and that may explain a little bit better. It's K-8 and special schools, or schools that didn't fit in the elementary or the middle. So they may be truly K-8, charter and OCPS, but they may be some of our alternative schools as well, and they're smaller. So that could have an impact on the numbers. And it may also includes some DJJ in there, where those students are residents and they have to attend. So their rate is attendance rate is 100%. So no, it's just my grouping of K-8 and special schools may have had an impact on the percentages, but
Okay.
we'll look at that, monitor it, see.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I know that my experience teaching in a variety of different types of schools in different cities, the best way that I was able to connect with my students was to do home visits. And it's labor intensive. Sometimes I got paid a supplement for it, sometimes I didn't, but it always paid off in the long run. And when I was able to see students in their home environment, and I got to meet their pets and their siblings and their parents and saw the trophies, and I got to know everybody from spending 30 minutes to an hour there with the family, it paid off. And I still know those families today. there is such a connection made in that short amount of time. And the parents felt like they could reach out to me because I've already gone to their home. And there were times when, the home setting wasn't the best place to go meet, so we would arrange a different place, like a McDonald's, and we would bring the family there and have something to eat as well. So, but there are ways to get around that, but there is nothing that has been more powerful to me than home visits. And it helps if we do that in the beginning of the year, sometimes before school starts. But there's a lot of different ways we can work, that connection, whether it's, I know some schools do, like before school starts, a play date in the park where the teachers are there, they meet the parents, but just different ways to really reach out and make that connection, I think, really pay off. And as far as mental health for our teenagers, that is something that is a really tough thing to handle. I understand that firsthand as well. And I know that parents are struggling, families are struggling, students are struggling. So I know that there's this component where we want to have teeth and make sure that we have, a penalty to push people to make sure that you're not being lax. But there is so many more, I think, that just need support and understanding and additional resources. So I'm looking forward to helping to dive into this because this is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Castrodano. Just a couple of quick questions. You were talking about the calls going out to families. I'm not sure if the idea is those would be, I want to call them robocalls, where a recording is made and it goes out. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about because it would be hard for an individual to make that many phone calls.
Yes, pardon me. Yes, ma'am. We Connect Orange calls, the robocalls, Connect Orange calls. That's what is primarily used. But I think too, it's that at some point in time, there's some personal connection that needs to be made with hearing a live voice as well. So we'll do a lot of the robocalls and some of the personal connections as well.
So I think, and I echo Member Castrodano's comments and concerns a little bit because I don't, the carrot or the stick, but it's going to be different for one family and the next, and I'm not sure how you individualize that. How do you know when one family just needs to get serious with their kids and make them go to school, and another family has significant problems and pushing the kid and pushing the family is pushing them over the brink? I have no idea, and I think we definitely need to spend some time trying to figure that out. In terms of the outreach, I know this is probably not feasible on a broad scale, and principals are just going to come unglued when they hear this. But one of the Leadership Orange classes that I went to, I don't remember what school it was at, and it's driving me nuts the whole time I've been sitting here. I've been trying to remember. But the principal talked about his approach to truancy, just coincidentally, and that was several years ago. But that when he had a child that wasn't coming, it was high school, and he would go out to the house. And and it was like just a game changer. And so I love the superintendent, and I think she's just doing a phenomenal job. And we were out at the schools yesterday, I think it was, and they were raving about you. I just want you to know that. So don't take what I'm about to say wrong. But you've been a principal, and Greg, you've been a principal, and everybody back there has been in the way back has been a principal. So I think y'all will back me up on this. There's a relationship between principals and their students. Every time I go to graduation, I'm think, oh, if I could only be a principal, because it's just so cool to see that relationship. So I'm not sure that there's anybody other than maybe the teacher themselves or a classmate. I think those ideas are really good. Or a principal. I think that they've got the magic touch more than a board member or a higher member of the administration, without saying names, might be a better way to approach that kind of outreach. And to the extent that it can be a little bit more individualized, you're going to have a better chance of figuring out what's really going on to help decide how to approach each family, recognizing that they're going to have different reasons. I remember seeing some emails from parents that have just had horrific life traumas, numerous traumas in their life and in their family structure. I don't even know how they were holding it together. And somebody, a robocall telling them your child's truant and we're reporting you, and just not a good thing to do. So just give us some thought. And, even if it's a robocall from the principal, that might be a better approach. And maybe it includes something that isn't just your child's been absent so many days, but maybe it's also, is there something we can do to help? Yeah, we're missing him, we're concerned, and if there's something that we can do to help you and help the family and get him or her back in school, I think that approach might also be better received. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I agree with everybody else. It's a serious issue. Yes, Superintendent.
Right. So just some information. Mary Bridges, is intimately involved with the social workers. She and her team, along with Greg this summer, did a yeoman's job. But there are, life is a little different than, I say, pre-pandemic. And so people, sometimes when they see the school number, they don't pick up, right? Many families, when you're knocking on their door, if they don't answer, and when, not all the times, but when social workers sometimes are going out and doing these visits, sometimes they're afraid, they get upset, they believe we're calling DCF, and so it's a very different interaction than what we used to have before. Additionally, it's been at least 5 years. Harvard professor did this study and developed actually, I don't know if it was an app or an algorithm. And what they found, and some of you may see this on your water bill or your electric bill, where you see how you compare to other people. And if you're like me and you see it and you're like, oh wow, I did really well this month on electricity, that's why it was so hot. Or the water usage, we must have, maybe there's a sprinkler that's broken because we're way off from the average amount. And so what they found is that many families believe, oh, my child's absent 20 days, that's got to be normal. Or they're not really aware the number of days. So by bringing that to their attention, they saw a dramatic increase, and they were doing it for absenteeism in the number of families that responded, because now they were made aware, oh wow, my child's been absent for 21 days and the average is really 7. It still doesn't capture everyone, but they did found that making parents aware and how off they were from what the averages made a difference, and it kind of brought it to light. So I think it's a combination of things that we're doing, and I wholeheartedly agree with you about the home visits. They know the teacher, but again, that's putting a lot, well, it is. It's one more thing. It's usually after hours. And so for us to try these things that may help us use technology, may help us try and reach out to some of the families. I mean, even if we make a small dent in getting students to come back, those are more students that are engaged, that are in our schools, that are getting what they need. And then we'll continue to look at the research. It is a national crisis. I can't tell you how many seminars I've been on where that's the topic of conversation. And it doesn't matter if you're a large district, a medium-sized district, or these small rural districts that are having, a hard time. We're blessed that we have personnel and we have resources in some of these small districts. It is truly a one-man shop, Mr. Moody, not your definition of a one-man shop. But it's a community problem. And it's finding out why they're not coming to school. And I agree, if it's bus, at least we know what the fix is. It's more difficult when they're not connected, when they're feeling anxiety or anxious, or they don't feel that they belong. And so we'll continue to look at what the research shows, what districts who are having positive results with their initiatives will continue to collaborate and really try and make a dent in these alarming numbers.
Thank you, Superintendent. Two last questions I have for you, not have an answer now, but if you can get back to us with sorting out how many of those truancy or absentees we believe are related to transportation issues. I think you can probably cross-reference that information with data that we have from transportation. If I'm wrong, if that's not something that you can do without a human being having to sit down and calculate that would be helpful to know. And the other is the K-8. That was a great question by Member Castor-Dental. If you could back out those anomalies, if you will, DJJ, alternative schools, and try to give us the schools that are more similar to these other schools, because I think it would be interesting to know if there is some phenomenon about a K-8 that results in, and I'd also, if you find that, it'd be interesting to see if the numbers on connectedness, the student surveys, are any different for K-8. But if we start with just seeing what this data looks like, then we might know if we want to look any closer at K-8s to see if there's a difference. So, yeah, there is, do you say? There is.
There's research that supports the K-8 models. Now, part of that is because they're in one school for a longer period of time. So the teachers, the administration is familiar with the family. The teachers, they can connect to teachers who have had the child. Hey, Maria is not coming to school, what's going on? And so they are able to collaborate, and it also is much more, the perception is much more familial. So those are one of the strong benefits of why people choose a K-8 versus the traditional models that we see across the country. But we can disaggregate the data a little bit more so you can see that. And I don't recall, Mr. Moody, if you actually shared the differences in how districts calculate attendance. That was another.
So I did not.
Okay, so that's another aha moment for us.
Oh, yeah.
So districts across the state use different metrics to calculate whether a child is absent. And so when we, look at comparing ourselves with other large districts, it's not a true comparison, because in some districts, you have to be present 2 hours. In some, you have to be present 2 minutes or less than 5 minutes, 5 minutes. In some districts, you have to be present half the day. And so it's really not a comparison of apples to apples. And that's also a little bit, disheartening when you're trying to, share best practices, because we could next year change and say, oh, we're going to mark you absent if you are not in attendance for 2 hours. So our numbers would drop significantly, right? And especially if you're thinking 2 hours could be your 2 electives and you're coming to school for the electives. But then we really haven't addressed the real problem. And so that was a little it was an aha moment for me when we were trying to compare the data, and it's very different what the metrics are.
Thank you. I remember discussing that, and it's can be profoundly different. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the K-8. I would also argue that, sorry, there's like a hair. I would also argue that it is the small, like I think you touched on it, the familial feeling, but the small, like, okay, let's think about how difficult middle school is for kids. And when they go to a regular traditional middle school, our middle schools are 1,200 kids. But when you're in a K-8, it's about, like, my K-8 in my district is about 300 or 400 kids. That is a huge difference when you're talking about feeling connected and feeling like you're a part and feeling like, you have those friends. And, I think, and I've always kind of felt this way. I really do feel that there's a great benefit to, and I know we're not moving in this direction, we're moving in the opposite direction, but smaller schools. I just do. I mean, it's hard. I know we have huge population here in Orange County, and we've got more and more people moving in every week, and no one has growth like we do. But I tell you what, I think there's a lot to be said for smaller community schools, instead of, especially our high schools that are up in like 3,000 kids. I mean, how are you supposed to make sure every student is connected when you've got 3,000 of them? I don't know. I think that as Member Gould said, we have to rethink things. I think that's one of the things we have to rethink too. So, thank you.
Member Custodial.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to elementary and absences, I mean, that's pretty easy to record because a child is there with their main teachers, and you can, if they leave halfway through the day, they're kind of, when they leave, or if they're absent. But high school, how is that really monitored when you can be absent for one class, but then there for the rest? You're absent you could be absent all year for one class, but still not be considered truant or absent, or how does that work?
Yes, Member Castrodano, that can happen, and unfortunately it does. In order for a student to be considered absent for a given school day, you would have to be absent for more than half the school day, so 50% or more. So we're looking at least 4 periods for a given school day for secondary is what we're looking at. When we're looking at a student skipping or not attending those classes, now we're looking at a disciplinary issue. And that's really when the school-based team really has to get together to be able to drill down to figure out what's happening. Is it happening during first period or third period? So that's all really going to be school-based.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Great presentation.
Thank you for the
Much work
input,
to be done.
and I'll follow up on the questions.
All right,
thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to the agenda. Dr. Vasquez, are there any changes to the published agenda?
No, Madam Chair, there are no changes.
All right, seeing no changes to the agenda, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as published?
I move. Ooh, sorry.
Whoa, that was a dead tie. Okay, thank you. Motion by Member Castrodano, seconded by Member Gould. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, or with all members present voting in the affirmative. Ms. Emble, do we have any public speakers that want to comment on our agenda?
No, you do not.
Okay, then let's move forward to the public hearing. 3.01, request approval of revised board policy DFAA, use of surplus funds. And Dr. Vasquez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are bringing forth policy DFAA, use of surplus funds. As you may recall, the board had a work session on August 24th. There was notification to CTA and OSPA August 23rd, published it on the 27th of August. Rule development occurred September 14th, and now we are bringing it forward to the board for final approval. And I'll ask board member, Ms. Enville, if we have any speakers to this agenda.
All right, no speakers. Any board members have any comments or questions? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the approval of DFAA? Motion by Vice Chair, seconded by Member Farrant. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries with all members present voting in the affirmative. We're on to the consent agenda. If there aren't any questions or concerns, Member Custodial, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to highlight some things that are on the consent agenda.
Okay. Do you want to vote on it first, or do you want to highlight them first?
Well, I think I discuss it before.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I wanted to just highlight that on the consent agenda is a grant, a federal competitive grant for clean school buses. For $5 million to buy and to replace our diesel buses with electric buses with zero emissions. And I just wanted to make sure that that didn't go unnoticed. Also on there's a collaboration between OCPS and AmeriCorps for tutoring for our VPK students. And that's really going to be great. They're going to focus on early literacy and math, and it's a great investment. And you get the biggest rewards when you do that. And then my third thing I wanted to highlight was a grant with O-Town Compost to supply 21 schools with compost bins, bags, and weekly pickup of compost. And we are lucky to have that partnership with O-Town, and I appreciate that grant. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
All right, then you want to offer a motion?
I would love to offer a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion by Member Castrodeno. Do we have a second? Second by Member Salamanca. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries with all members present voting in the affirmative. That moves us to non-agenda public comment. Ms. Enville, do we have speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair. You have 13 blue cards you've received, and under your pilot program, if you have 11 to 20 speakers, they get each up to 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, let's take our first speaker.
Hi, I'm Michael Gant. I'm the medical coordinator for Boone High School over the Custodial Services. I've worked with Boone High School for 16 years. We're here to serve and get the job done. We also have fun while we're doing the job. I love my family here. This is my second family outside of my own. Very good positive attitude, good love, good sportsmanship. So it's a good place to be. From top to bottom, the ladies come in while the guys taking the front of the job, they do the dusting. When they finish, the guys go back and we start scrubbing the room, getting the room ready for the fun to be returned back inside. Treat people with respect. If you want respect, you got to give respect to all the. So after this, we're going to the gym to start scrubbing and waxing the gym. It's a good feeling to know that we take care of the kids and the teachers and the parents, our principals and our AP. So it's important to me to make sure they look good as well for the community. My dad had been in for so long, and I asked him about the position, and he told me to apply, and I did, and got a call, and I've been here ever since. I want to make sure I make him proud, like he on retirement.
So today we surprised the teachers and staff at Oak Ridge High School with what we're calling back to school dream boxes.
3, 2, 1.
We partnered with A Souls for Souls and A Gift for Teaching, and we selected 5 local Orlando high schools to benefit from these dream boxes.
It's important for our teachers and staff to feel appreciated, and I think today went above and beyond that expectation or that goal.
Thank you, teachers. Thank you so much.
At the Coach Foundation, we have a mission called Dream It Real that is around creating opportunities and removing barriers for the next generation of young people who have the courage to dream it real. And we know that the next generation's dreams wouldn't be possible without the support that they get from their educators.
It is not a secret that sometimes teachers and educators are a little undervalued. So feeling like the community is realizing that we are important. So it is fantastic to see that they're actually going out there and they're doing their best so we can feel appreciated and have reasons to keep going and keep doing what we do.
We hope this brightens your day a little bit and gets you off to an amazing school year. So thank you for everything you do. These young people could never achieve their dreams if it wasn't for you.
Riverdale Elementary School, welcome home. 10 months ago this all happened. Can you believe it? 10 months ago. And those 10 months were everything wrapped up into one, okay? They were hard. They were amazing.
Good morning, welcome.
They were bountiful as far as what it produced in our students and teachers.
So nice to see everybody. Hi.
It helped us create new friends that we didn't have before. All these things wrapped up into one thing, and what it reminds me, everybody here, that when bad things happen, and they always happen, good people come together and we make it work, and then good things happen.
3, 2, 1. Look how beautiful it looks. So awesome.
I can't wait until these students and these parents walk through those doors and just so they enjoy what I did or what we just saw. And it's going to bring so much joy to my heart.
Today was just, it was something we're looking forward to, you know, something we're anticipating, wanting for so long.
Are you happy home?
Words can't express.
I know.
And we knew this day was going to come. So that's kind of kept us hopeful, and when things were a little testy here and there, and people, you know, and it was just rough, we said, it's coming, we're moving home, don't worry.
When you can stand back and watch the smiles on their faces as they're carrying their boxes in and unpacking their boxes. I just walked over to a couple classrooms and the teachers are so grateful and so thankful. That's why we do what we do. That's why we work for the district. I mean, to make sure that the students can be in their seats the first day of school and be happy and safe in a clean environment. It's really nothing more important than that to us in facilities.
This is the biggest small district in the nation. And when I say that, and I say it a lot to people when we're talking, is that it's all made up, yeah, there's a lot of us, but it's all made up of people who know each other and have worked together in different capacities over the years. And so when something like this happens, you know, everybody has an educator heart. They just want to help. They just want to reach out and make sure you're okay. And that's what people did.
Hi, my name is Pamela Johnson. I've been a school bus driver with Orange County Public School almost 30 years.
We're gonna check the bus. We check in all the seat belts and everything. Make for sure they're correct.
What is your main objective every day here?
Safety. Make for sure I get the kids to and from school safe because the parents put them in my hands. I'm their mom now. Dash gauges, I check. Lighting indicators, I check. Fuel gauge, windshield wipers, heaters, steering, two-way radio. Horn works. Radio is on, tablet is on. Okay, we're gonna start driving. We're leaving the compound. My day starts at normally between 4:30 in the morning, and it ends like 6:30 in the evening. I have a break in between that normally starts about 10 to 1 o'clock. My morning run consists of all ESC kids. All my stops are door to door. Normally through the school year, I'll have like 20, 23 stops. Good morning, Deshelle. Deshelle, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Pam.
You gonna say good morning? Say good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Miss Veronica. Say cheese.
Who's that?
Miss Pam.
And is she your favorite?
Favorites? You never know what the kid has been through that night before. So just the kindness and caring. Sometimes a child that's having a bad day, you make them have a good day just knowing that you care. I tell some of my kids, or I tell all my kids, have a good day. But this is our future. These are the ones that's gonna be running things. So you just never know. So you should never put a child down or anyone down. Bye, sweetie. See y'all later. Have a good day.
March is Arts in Our Schools Month in Orange County, but in some ways, every month means Arts in Our Schools in Orange County.
So Arts in Our Schools Month is a way to celebrate all the amazing arts education opportunities that happen throughout our district every day to over 145,000 students.
The district has a reputation for delivering quality art and students in the arts. As part of that, a Lakeview middle schooler just won the district's Art in the Capitol project, meaning her artwork is now on display at the state capitol. But for her, the real beauty is what her art has given her.
Art helps me also in real life too, like in classes, to be more patient and to keep going, not to give up on something, like the process to keep moving forward.
On any given day in the district, there are multiple artistic events, from theater shows to gallery exhibits, all accessible for you to see through the district's visual and performing arts calendar. Part of the reason the district has such an emphasis on arts is that for students, artistic expression can be, well, peaceful.
It comforts me, it makes me more calm. It's like a stress relieving, and yeah, I feel like I just really like art.
The other perk is that in Central Florida, the arts can also mean a job.
So we know that arts education in the schools provides students with the opportunity to be competitive in a very robust arts and entertainment industry that's right here in Central Florida and across the country.
So while we're wrapping up March, the official designation of Arts in Our Schools, the real recognition happens every day, all year long, in classrooms across the district.
I mean, it's amazing what our kids do, and that's because they have incredible teachers that guide them through that process of learning about arts education. It's also because we start them in kindergarten. So our students are excelling because they have the arts education all the way from kindergarten all the way until they graduate available to them. And that's why our kids do such an incredible job here in Central Florida and beyond.
This is the STEM Spark event at the Rosen Plaza, where 130 students from Edgewater, Evans, and Dr. Phillips got to see where a STEM career can lead.
We are here to inspire and excite students about STEM careers, give them an opportunity to engage and interact with local professionals in the STEM area.
And students got to meet a who's who of big-name companies, all putting STEM degrees to use. Disney Engineers, First Robotics, EA Sports, and others, all here to inspire the next generation.
Meeting new people and getting firsthand opinions and experience from people who actually work in the field has been helpful and give me advice on what exactly it would look like, what I would be doing if I were to get into this field.
But this is more than just coding or engineering. There is a bigger lesson being taught.
To come here and see Disney employees who are females or who are minorities, and again, they're the ones presenting and they belong in the room. They're able to hear their journey.
And for Edgewater freshman Venus Mejia, that is a different kind of spark.
For me, it means there's more hope for other women and let alone minorities like me. I'm Hispanic. I've heard there's some numbers out there. There's very few of us out there. To give hope to another Hispanic or Black woman as I would be very lovely.
The clothes you wear can make a difference in your mood.
That smile says it all right there.
Awesome. I like it. Whether it's your everyday style or that perfect prom dress, everyone deserves to feel that confidence. And that's exactly what the team at the MAO outlets are doing.
It's what it's all about. Giving kids that confidence and, making them feel good about who they are.
giving OCPS students and staff a place to get clothes and other essential items.
So the MAO outlet is an on-campus shop where students can borrow, buy, or trade or volunteer their time in exchange for items in the store.
The sustainable idea was created by a student and came to life last spring. The outlet at the Colonial High School location was so successful that they've already opened another one at Glenridge Middle School.
You know, this is a way for all students to support their peers and support their school and sustain something on their own.
Students quickly see the positive impact and want to pay it forward by volunteering.
I've gotten both my junior and senior prom dress here. It was amazing because it made me feel really, really pretty. I've never really been confident about myself at all. I would like to be able to help other people and other girls be able to feel what I felt in their prom dresses.
Local businesses are also jumping on board to help.
We have one donation bin at our central location. We are trying to get another one for our Ocoee location.
So at the end of the day, everyone is coming together.
Enjoy.
To make people feel confident.
How do you feel?
One piece of clothing at a time.
It's just awesome to feel something that sometimes maybe you don't feel a lot, and just to have other people make you feel that way it has no price.
Taylor McGowan is a school-based social worker. That's her title, but her job, her passion, is offering students a place to be safe.
It's okay, there's always next week too.
And to be heard.
You're welcome, and the week after that.
My office serves as a cool-down spot, and it's also a place for kids to get direct services. So if they need counseling or they have some sort of crisis or they're just needing a check-in, my room is this place to go.
McGowan is at Wekiva High School 5 days a week, offering counseling, listening, teaching students the tools to cope or overcome the hurdles in their lives. Students can ask for a pass to come and see her, just like they would the school nurse.
Mental health is paramount, and these kids are struggling. I mean, I think in general, humans, all of us are struggling, but there is a need to have a mental health professional in every school because we have a lens that your typical school employee does not have.
It can take a lot of work to get teenagers to open up, and in many cases, McGowan may be one of the few adults who is listening.
I feel like, and I remind myself, that I am a constant and consistent adult for these kids that they may not have at home, an adult figure that they can count on and rely on to listen to them. Unfortunately, sometimes these kids don't get that anywhere else but school.
It takes a special kind of person to do this job, one who is always there, who is respectful and relatable.
And when they look back, I want them to remember, okay, Miss McGowan is always in my corner. She was always there helping me get through the day. So that's what I remind myself, because at the end of the day, these kids are going to be adults. And when they look back at their high school experience, I want it to be a positive one.
And McGowan says she gives them the tools they need to cope, to care, to make it not only through high school, but through life.
I can give them the tools to succeed, and I can believe in them every step of the way. And just allow them to believe that change is possible and that they can be that change.
At Tildenville Elementary School in Winter Garden, the road to an education is paved in chocolate.
So much chocolate! We did our Florida Turnpike we were making chocolate roads and stuff.
How sweet is that? To help celebrate and raise awareness about STEM-related careers, Florida's Turnpike engineers taught 5th graders how to build roads using chocolate asphalt.
Oh my God.
So we made a chocolate road, and we found out that there are a bunch of other engineers that help around and build the roads of the Turnpike.
Oats, sugar, and walnuts represented the aggregates, while chocolate stood in as the tar and asphalt. The idea is to give students a better understanding of the real-life ingredients needed to build Florida's roads, both in materials and in people.
Just to introduce them and let them know what is used for the roads that we use in order to maintain the construction, and just give them the knowledge of them maybe wanting to do that in the future.
Students also learned about self-driving cars and what it will take to drive that technology into the future.
Honestly, I just love the chocolate, but the coolest thing I learned is the self-driving automated cars, especially the one that Google made 10 years ago, because since it's been 10 years, I'm sure we can make a better one.
The idea is to not only teach kids about how roads are built, but perhaps to inspire them to become an engineer. But who knows where that road will lead.
Did that kind of open your eyes to maybe wanting to be an engineer one day?
If my WNBA plan does not work.
Third graders at Pinewood Elementary are learning about Black History Month, but they're doing it in a different way.
It made me learn a lot of stuff. When I was reading books, I didn't know some words, but I read it over and over again until I got it.
The class is working on Black History Month PowerPoints, where each student chooses a significant figure from history and researches them for what they call a living wax museum.
And I will be giving you guys a presentation on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
So the kids are having a fantastic time making presentations, learning about their special person that they're chosen, and then discussing who they chose with other people as well, so that we're all collectively learning about a whole lot of very important historical Black figures.
Students are also celebrating the culture and customs and even dressing the part.
Everybody is wearing a dashiki because we are proud to represent our ancestors. We're proud to wear clothes that represent royalty.
It makes me remember my ancestors. It feels like freedom when I wear these.
But this is about more than just learning. It's about being inspired.
And so I can gain the same reputation that Martin Luther King has in this world.
Those are big shoes to fill, but these third graders seem ready to take the steps to get there.
Offer grace when people doesn't deserve it. Be kind. Work hard.
And perhaps that's the biggest lesson here. It's not just about history, it's also about the future.
I need them to know that we are standing on the shoulders of giants. And what we do going forward is all attributed to the people who came before us. So if we hold their values dear to us, we can use that to push ourselves and the next generation forward.
Tina Bullitt has been a school counselor at Cypress Creek High School for 15 years, and in that time, she's likely helped more than 6,000 students.
We give our students hope and inspire them to reach their goals by teaching them the skills that they need and giving them the resources necessary to be successful.
At Cypress Creek, school counselors work with students grades 9 through 12. That's 3,500 students, and with 8 counselors, each will help more than 400 students a year.
So a typical day would involve parent walk-ins, parent-teacher conferences, student meetings, classroom guidance presentations, group advisement, counseling on college admissions, working with students when they have mental health crises.
Right now, Bullitt is involved in scheduling, when teachers bring their classes in and counselors meet with each student one-on-one.
We're looking at the courses that they're selecting for the next school year, looking at their progress towards graduation, and making sure that the classes they're selecting matches their post-secondary plans.
And some students need much more.
Many of our kids are homeless, unaccompanied. They experience home violence, pregnancy, even deportation. For us, it's important to reach all students so that they have the skills and the resources to reach their goals.
The school counselor's work, it seems, is never done. And thousands of students later, Tina Bullitt is delighted to have played a role in shaping their future.
So you're doing a lot better this year. It's a great job.
When you love your job, it doesn't seem difficult, and then at the end of the day, you know you've made a big difference.
At Gotha Middle School, it's cool to be kind.
Thank you. We are all accepting that we are practicing kindness every day, that we are being respectful every day, and that we are, purposefully making decisions based on kindness instead of just going throughout our day.
The school is going all in when it comes to celebrating Random Acts of Kindness Week.
Be kind.
Students are crafting chalk messages of encouragement, others leaving kindness notes, some even decorating lunch bags.
Showing kindness can really help people if maybe they're struggling, maybe something's going on in their lives. Just showing a little bit of kindness can really make them, feel confident, feel good about themselves.
For the school, it makes sense. Their motto is be safe, be kind, it's a great day to be a grizzly. But teachers wanted students to really live that idea.
Our campus and school is really grounded in kindness. We do a lot here to try to spread kindness and build a community of love and support. So this fits in so well with the Gotha culture.
For the school, this is becoming much more than a day or a week to celebrate. It's turning into something bigger because kindness spreads.
Try to make a difference. Try, because it really helps you feel better that you're helping someone else, and it greatly impacts them too.
It's not every day that a busload of students and teachers from France show up at your school.
It's a great experience for our students to be here and to maintain the relationship between America and France since George Washington and Lafayette. And we are very happy to be here.
As part of an American-French academic and cultural partnership with a high school in Lyon, France, Boone High School students welcomed their pen pals.
Bonjour. Hello.
36 students who have spent the last 3 months communicating with them through email or WhatsApp, all in each other's native languages. But it culminated in a real-life meet and greet.
Everything is crazy. It's really big. Everything.
The French students were also amazed at the specialty programs that students at Boone High School could take.
Something I've really noticed is how there are special classes which have more practical application. So like we saw journalism, people who were writing things, so I found that really interesting.
And for students at Boone, the key takeaway was in realizing that despite navigating each other's language, they weren't all that different.
Just watching everyone walk in, it was kind of hard to differentiate, who's French, who's American, and I think that speaks to the diversity both of America and of France, but also just how similar everyone is.
And for Boone French teacher Dr. Sophia Mami, that's the key lesson. It's not just about teaching a language, but in truly understanding each other.
I teach French, I teach the French grammar, but honestly, I teach them to be tolerant and accepting to other culture.
Bye bye, I love America.
The second annual School Spirit Run, powered by Delta Dental, is officially in the books.
Set.
With nearly 2,000 participants, there was no shortage of spirit. As students, teachers, staff, family members, friends, and even mascots made their way around SeaWorld Orlando to support their schools. For one OCPS family, it was much more than just a race.
Come on, Bridget, you can do it!
When she crossed that finish line, it was, wow, you just did a race.
Good job, girl!
With your school. You're a kindergartner.
Way to go!
Oh my goodness, girl, you did it.
An early milestone the Sinises worried wouldn't come.
Bridget didn't learn to walk until 2 weeks after she turned 3 years old. She was born with Prader-Willi syndrome, and part of that is low tone, and so she struggles with gross motor, fine motor, speech, all of that.
Bridget was determined to run the kids' race with a little help from her PE coach.
She walked right up to him and just said, Coach A, will you run the race with me?
So I was actually very honored to be able to run the race with Bridget. It actually felt special. They came and she asked me. As we're about to get ready to the race, she looks at me, she looks up at me, she goes, Coach A, just throws my hand out of the way. She goes, I got this.
Big smile as she crossed the finish line and knowing that she did it.
The Foundation for OCPS decided to make that smile shine a little brighter.
Ready? On behalf of the foundation, I wanted to give you this very special glow-in-the-dark medal, right? Can I put it on you? And this is for finishing the kids' school spirit run.
I love that OCPS can be there for these kids who have some extra needs, some special needs, that they can make sure that they all get to experience that inclusiveness, that they are not pushed aside, and that they get to share the same experiences as all of their peers.
An unforgettable experience for a strong kindergartner who is ready to take on the world.
We say, my name is Bridget and I can do anything.
Happy to
I am just glad to be part of it, you know, being able to help as much as I can for her to succeed.
We're so grateful for, this run and for the foundation for giving us those opportunities.
In Orange County, if you want to focus on a career in cooking or perhaps medicine or business, well then there's a program for you.
Magnet programs are designed to promote or investigate talents and interests of our students here in the district.
There are 46 magnet programs that exist inside Orange County schools and 3 standalone magnet schools, totaling more than 7,000 students. The idea is to entice them by focusing on what they're most interested in doing.
The goal for any magnet school or program is to provide something special for students in our district. It's a wonderful way to investigate your talents, to see what your interests are, and to really try on a career.
But this isn't always a career path, and that's okay, because it's still a road to learning.
But what you are doing is seeing if what you believe you want to do is really going to fit you. Do you love it? We hope you do. But if you don't, well, then we're going to help you maybe with even another program.
The deadline to apply for a magnet program is coming up soon, February 15th. There are currently 4,000 applicants, but no preference is given to when you apply. The district says, just like the programs offered, come see the drawing power of a magnet program.
I would say check us out. Know what we're all about. Know that there's opportunity out there, there's choice out there, that you can go visit the schools, talk to the personnel. You can come to our website and see our virtual magnet fair going on right now. Check us out and see. I bet you'll find something's there for you.
At Orange Center Elementary, students in the Coding and Robotics Club aren't just working in robotics, but in Legos.
This is the first time we've ever done anything with Legos. They had a little bit of experience with coding last year, but really they never were able to make something move with the computer.
That all changed when Disney stepped in and donated more than $100,000 to Orange Center Elementary to enhance their STEM programs and provide first Lego League programming for students at the school through 2026.
Through our partnership with Disney, they were able to give us this sponsorship where we were able to work with the hubs and open up the first Lego League Robotics, the program, and really make them be able to build and create things that work and complete designs that they want them to complete.
And the students went to work building all kinds of cool stuff. A solar-powered car with a panel rotates to soak up the sun, even a water-powered hydroelectric generator. Pretty impressive considering these are elementary school students. But what they lacked in years, they made up with teamwork.
We all have to work together and always respect each other and help whoever needs help.
And with that spirit coded into them, the students went to a qualifying competition against 17 other teams from across Central Florida. They were by far some of the youngest competitors, going up against mostly middle schoolers.
I thought we was going to lose because if you would have saw them kids at the competition, I was like, oh my God, we're going to lose.
But these budding builders won the award for Best Robot Design and will compete in the Central Florida Regional Championship on February 11th. Now the pressure is on to build, rebuild, and sometimes just start all over.
When you fail, that means you can improve your work and make it much better.
And if you can't tell, this is about much more than assembling robots. It's about putting together the building blocks of a child. Oh, and if you ask these competitors, it's also about winning.
It felt awesome because we got to prove to other kids that we can do things too.
Audubon Park K-8 school, teachers are literally taking a deep dive into education.
What a better way to kick off the week than to bring in a new cool exhibit in our library.
And this is the new library exhibit you'll want to check out. 2 black diamond stingrays. Oh, and they're brothers, if you can't tell.
They're freshwater. They're very hard hardy animals. So one of the most hardiest. So I figured with 1,200 kids probably putting their fingers in the tank, these would be the best to start with.
Kelly Roberts believes teaching needs to be much more than books and worksheets. The school already has lots of other animals, a sand boa, tiger salamanders, axolotls, tarantulas, and alligators. But apparently they were missing something. So Roberts reached out to the Center for Stingray Biology in New York.
She sent me an email, a beautiful email, explaining to me what she was doing here at the school, okay? And I was really impressed with what she was doing. She actually wanted to buy the stingray, but after I heard what she was doing here, I wanted to be a part of this, and I offered to donate the rays to her.
Roberts even flew the biologist down to teach the students about the rays. For the scientists, these animals are a lesson in more than biology.
Keeping pets is, I think, a responsibility, and it's a good way to teach the kids that responsibility. Get them to clean their room, not so easy, but get them to take care of an animal, completely different, because they're so invested in it.
The students have already learned their school is unique.
A bunch of schools don't really get to have animals, and Audubon Park, this is really one of the schools that gets to do that, and it's just cool to be able to learn about them in person.
And for Roberts, well, the best part of her day is the moment she comes to work.
But it's so worth it when the kids come in at 8:15 and their faces are pressed against the tanks and they're just excited to be in school. And if this is one little thing that will help them enjoy school, then I'll do anything to make it happen.
It's a really nice outlet, especially composing. It's a great art form. I like it a lot. My experience is it's not the average teenager experience.
When the doctor told me if you don't do the treatment, you're gonna be here for only 4 months. Because I got cancer. I got brain cancer. It's the 3rd time that I got it.
Not every 9-year-old has to see their mom lose hair and the whole process, so I was a lot closer with my mom than most other boys.
Yeah, well, John started virtual school, and I think it was the best thing that I could have ever done for him. I called Miss Gourlay, and I said, I don't think I'm gonna be here for the graduation, which is in May. Is there any way that you could send it home?
And so then my assistant principal, immediately we got on it. She said, okay, let's do this. I said, she actually said, well, can we do something for him?
And these ladies, my God, a whole thing started. I didn't even know what's happening. It was like emails back and forth.
We wanted to make this as memorable as we possibly could. From balloons to pomp and circumstance to words of encouragement to actually having the photographer there to take the pictures.
It was amazing. I'm really grateful that this was able to happen. I would never thought of something could be possible like that. For them to come here, bring balloons, giant 23 balloons, the cap and gown, the diploma and everything, it was awesome. I wasn't even sure if she was gonna get to see me graduate at all, so I was really stressed and worried about that. But now that she got to see me graduate, you know, we celebrated, we had a cake. It was nice. It was like a weight taken off my chest.
I have never experienced anything like it in my life. People that I have never seen before. I've never seen these people before. They became like family.
After I had finished talking, Miss Array, she held on to my hand. She squeezed my hand really hard. And she looked at me and she said, Mrs. Gurley, now I can die happy.
To summarize, she gave me strength, because even when she was in a hospital bed or whatever, she was always smiling. She was always trying to cheer me up, always trying to let me know that everything's gonna be okay. So she is pretty much the main reason why I'm able to continue and persevere and I guess have hope.
My name is Watson Hewitt, and I'm a senior at Winter Park High School. I would describe myself as a very curious person. I just really like to do everything that I can. I'm in student government. I really love computers. I started this tech refurbishment club at my school, and I also play football. And then I'm in IB, that community of just doing something together as a team, whether that's the orchestra or like the offensive line. It's just also a part of me that's just like, that loves the challenge of it. I feel like when I'm really pushing myself, that's when I'm growing. And when I'm growing, I just feel like I'm the most happiest. I'm currently the student body president, and I've done student government since like 6th grade. So it's really always been a big part of my life. I always like the ability to make a change within the school. People always said it's like the jack of all trades, the master of none, but then people always forget the second phrase, like, but better than the master of one. I just have always had this approach where I just want to do a little bit of everything. Really, Winter Park has just offered it all for me. Just so many different communities I can be a part of, whether it's student government or orchestra or football. Like they're all there, and everyone's just very collaborative and supportive of each other. Definitely my parents, they've always driven me just to be the best person I possibly can be and just really try everything. Next for me is University of Florida. I'm looking into double majoring in finance and computer science there.
Hi, my name is Zin Tan, and I am a senior at Accelerations East High School. I'm from Malaysia, and I moved here about 6 years ago. There's a lot of doors for you to open, and if one closes, just open another one. I am in dual enrollment, and after high school, I'll just have 2 more semesters before I get my AA degree, and it means a lot to me and my family because I have 4 siblings, including me, and for me to be able to lift off some financial burden off my parents and for my siblings, it means a lot. My parents taught me about being humble, first of all. Being humble, and no matter what, no matter any obstacles that comes, you'll get through it. Miss Roca, I would like to thank you for helping me when everybody closed the door on me. Miss Carr, my art teacher, she was there motivating me, really dug out the artist in me. I didn't know I could paint. I want to be a foreign language interpreter, and hopefully I can work for the United Nations. I'm an avid lover of languages because I believe that with every language barrier broken, it's more perspectives that's learned. You know, there's a lot of hatred in the world. I believe if you understand each other a little more, peace is possible.
Hi, I'm AJ from University High School. I had a friend who recommended that I take part in the musical at the time, which was Legally Blonde, in my 6th grade year in middle school. And ever since then, I just never stopped. I fell in love with it and just wanted to do more, wanted to do better. Honestly, I don't think it's anything even physical that you can describe. It's just this feeling that something you're able to just exude on the stage and the connection you have with the audience. Why do I do it? It's fulfilling. And I think anyone else who is in the arts world or honestly just does what they love can all just say there's a genuine love and passion burning behind it. 100% the entire arts faculty. But if I had to give it to one person, it would definitely be Mr. Mendez. He often saw things in me that I didn't even see in myself and would push me further than I thought I can go. But I'm grateful for what UHS has helped teach me because it's that rigor, it's that integrity, it's that work ethic that otherwise I don't think I would have had that set me up to succeed in the actual line of work. I want to be able to go through as many doors as I can, or even create my own door. You think about the sacrifice that I made. My grandmother made so many sacrifices. She didn't do it thinking, oh my God, I'm gonna be rich, I'm gonna do it for me. But she thought about the generations, you know, coming down from her, and I think about what am I doing that could set up not even just the future of my own family, but the future of the world, the people. Like, what is going on that I can hopefully spread love and good just energy.
Hi, my name is Samaya Russell. I'm a senior at Timber Creek High School. I do social clubs like K-pop Club, Ebony Club, ASA, and also some service and academic clubs like Pre-Med Club, National Honor Society, as well as Teens United, which is a teen-led organization. We pass out medicine to elderly and homebound. And then I do sports. Like for 4 years, I was in bowling. I was varsity for the girls team. I want to do a bunch of things so that when I do like settle down and really get into nitty gritty of life, I don't have any regrets. The secret to time management is that you have to make sure you plan ahead. You don't want to wait till the very last second to do things. You want to make sure that you do bite-sized chunks of it so it doesn't seem so daunting. A teacher that's made a big impact in my life has to be Miss Stevens. She's the biomedical teacher here. She really taught me how to enjoy medicine and look into the why of things, and she's really made me appreciate my strengths. I overcame being bullied because I had to look into myself and find a strength within myself, because sometimes you can't rely on everybody else. You have to find what's inside you that makes you special, what makes you glow. Specifically, my mom has helped me a lot. She instilled on me being very organized, as well as working hard for what you want and not settling for less. And she always instilled in me to be the boss rather than work for one. My advice would be that problems will arise. It's just what comes with life that gives it meaning. I would just say it's not as daunting as it first appears. So get involved, try new things, take risks. My next step is to enroll in UCF in the fall and go into the honors college my sophomore year in a major in biology. My ultimate dream is to be a physician assistant with a specialty in dermatology.
Hi, I'm Michael Gant. I'm the medical coordinator for Boone High School over the Custodial Services. I've worked with Boone High School for 16 years. We're here to serve and get the job done. We also have fun while we're doing the job. I love my family here. This is my second family outside of my own. Very good positive attitude, good love, good sportsmanship. So it's a good place to be. From top to bottom, the ladies come in, while the guys taking the furniture, they do the dusting. When they finish, the guys go back, and we start scrubbing the room, getting the room ready for the fun to be returned back inside. Treat people with respect. If you want respect, you got to give respect to all the. So after this, we're going to the gym.
I'm sorry. Dr. Vasquez, do you have any comments for the board?
No, Madam Chair, anything I may have had to say, I think I've said or can wait for the next meeting.
All right, and Ms. Emball?
I just wanted to get some of your comments on board policy PEDH, the pilot program, because we have today's meeting and we have October 10th, and then the pilot program was over because you said through the first marking period. So I had sent you all some data points, so you can see those. And there's just a couple things I want to make sure that you're, what has gone well, what do you want to keep, how are we going to move forward? Because we have to know, the next board meeting we'll do it the same way we have, but moving forward after that board meeting, we need to know, staff needs to know how we're going to, if you're going to keep the pilot program in place, do you want to make some tweaks to it? Are we going to extend it? Are we going to go back to what the policy says? We have to do a policy revision. So I just need some input on you all, what you think has gone well and what has not. I did have a good discussion with Member Gallo today, and I can share some of her information, but I kind of wanted to hear from you all so that we can plan moving forward how we're going to advertise to the public and what those changes may be.
Okay, thank you. Member Gould is buzzed in.
So, I like the format of the agenda. I think if we're going to keep this format in fairness to the public, we have to start earlier. And we had discussed that with the pilot. It takes us so long to kind of go through even the opening of our meetings that those who can make it here, and we'd need to look at the sign-up time then and adjusting that, obviously. But when they can make it here, we might be through the pledge and through some of the proclamation stuff and maybe in the middle of recognitions. and then get into the meat of our meeting and then have it. But 8:45, I think, is very unfair to the public. And it's rare that we're done before 7 or 7:30. So I just feel like I like the flow, but I am feeling very bad that maybe our intent was to be more inclusive and allow people to come to speak, and it becomes too late for them to stay, or they don't even bother to come down because it's going to be too late. So I think maybe get input from each one of us on what we think maybe the start time would be, and also what time signups should go till. That would be my recommendation. And I don't know that we need to do it all here now, because we could then bring that survey back. But that would be my thought.
Okay. Member Farran.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. I think as we've seen this play out, I think all of us had great intentions, trying to understand like how we can help broaden the time, get more people in. A lot of our middle school teachers weren't able to get here at the 4 o'clock pre-agenda meeting the way we did it before. But I agree. If we're going to continue with it like this, which I don't mind it, I think it does flow very nicely. But I would be in favor of starting it again at 4 o'clock, but keeping those public comment time signups till 5 o'clock, just like we are right now. Or I don't know that it would even go till, I don't know, are we able to maybe just survey? I can even go online after this and just see how long it typically takes us to get to public comment time. And that way we can give the public still kind of that time to get here, get signed up, but also not be here so late. We have so many staff as well that have family who need to get home. They need to get home too. And so I would be in favor of starting it earlier at 4. Earlier if we needed to, just to get kind of those housekeeping things.
So if I can respond to your question, fortunately, we haven't been doing this very long. I think it's 12 weeks, has it been? So I don't think it would be difficult to go back and look at what time we have typically gotten to. I don't want to commit the superintendent's staff to that. Huh? I was going to say I will personally do it, but I think it would be a good idea for us to know about how long it takes so that we can then look at if we want to back it up. So I think that's a good suggestion. Member Salamanca.
Yeah, I second that. I like the flow. I like that folks in the audience get exposure to a lot of the things we talk about rather than just public comment and leave. I think that, and folks have said that they like it, but the time is what's really tough. Mm-hmm. So I would be also in favor of moving it earlier, and I would also be in favor of maximizing the time that folks have to sign up to speak, especially because I think there's so much more content now at the front end of the meeting that sometimes they want to speak to things that come in later. And I think that's a good thing because it just feels a little bit more like relevant to what happens in the meeting rather than perhaps what some folks wanted to come and talk about that was, planned ahead and stuff. So that would be great.
Okay, Member Gallo. That's what it says right here. Member Gallo.
It does. I know. I agree. My only concern would be just I want to make sure that we are careful about our teachers, especially our middle school ones, getting here if they want to sign up. So, I think if we can keep that period to sign up long, I think I love the flow. I think everything's good. I want to make sure that we give them plenty of time to sign up. But I know that that's also a staffing issue. But I think having cards available. Like, I love the idea of being able to just sign up and go grab a card and sign up if you feel the need. If something moves you and you want to speak. I know at other council meetings, city council meetings I've been to, they're always out. The cards are always out and you can just go up and get one at any time. I don't know if that's something we can do. But But yeah, I just want to make sure we leave time for them to sign up later if they can't get here by 4. But I would be in favor of starting earlier as well.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent?
Just not getting it. So we can certainly extend the time to sign up and I mean, we can leave it open. We would require staff to stay some additional time, but I think by starting earlier, that reduces the amount of time later. And I think the data that Amy, I was trying to think of her title. I'm so sorry. I was going to call you deputy counsel, but it's not your title. Oh. General counsel. And
okay, it's only been
shared. I know, right?
4 years.
I think she shared that the data, we had a number of people signed up by 5 o'clock, but I don't recall that there was anyone that signed up after 5:15. So that may be the sweet spot, is to leave it open till 5 o'clock. And that way, staff stays just a little bit later, and then they're able to leave. Additionally, remember we're getting very close to the electronic sign up, and so when that happens, I think the time element will be a non-issue for signing up because they'll just be able to do it electronically. We'll still have cards here for anyone that wants to do that, but I think it'll help with some of the concerns you have about middle school. If you do start at 4, middle school's not going to be able to get here, right? Because they're not done at 4 o'clock. So that's the one thing that I need for you to just keep in mind.
Okay, one observation, and I think once we look at when the public comment has generally been taking place, what I heard from some board members is that you like the idea that the public that's here to speak for non-agenda topics also is here to understand a little bit more, and I've heard positive things too from people. Just one thought is if we keep the sign-up time longer, then if I'm coming and I know I can come at 5, but the meeting starts at 4, I'm probably going to wait till 5. So to the extent that it was initially important to some members on the board to have that awareness, we may not have that. I just want to put that out here. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I just want everybody to consider that. I also think when we go to electronic sign in, I think it will be helpful to us before we start taking public comments, is to make sure how many people are actually here. So this evening, we limited the time to 2 minutes, and we didn't end up with 13 speakers. And if we had asked ahead of time, everybody would have had 3 minutes. And that would have made a big difference when you plan to speak for 3 minutes and you come in. So when people can sign up in advance electronically, the commitment to be here is not necessarily the same. If I was thinking, I don't know if I'm going to be there or not, but I'll go ahead and sign up because I might go. And then I decide not to go, and then maybe we think we have 30 people signed up, so we cut the time down to like a minute, and it turns out only 10 of them showed up. So I think it's just going to be, from a process standpoint, important for us to take a roll call, kind of, before we decide on the amount of time. Does that make sense? I mean, it's an easy enough thing to do, but I think it's going to be important that we know. And I can't take your question right now, but maybe a show of hands, how many people agree with that? Oh, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. We'll get a show of hands of how many people are here that have signed up. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Let me go, and so does Member Kester-Dental. Okay, so I'm going to go Member Kester-Dental, Member Ferrant, and then back to Member Gold. Member Kester-Dental.
I believe you all are very smart. You can figure the time out. I just wanted to say that I appreciate keeping the different employee groups and students in our regular meetings that we adopt. Thank you.
Member Ferrand. Member Ferrand? Sorry, I didn't do that on purpose.
Well, I had a total brain space out here. I was trying to think of what. Anyways, we'll move on. It's late. I do agree. I think having CTA and all of them at the beginning, especially the student and council members coming in, was super helpful. I think if there was a way, I know we have a structure of how everything flows. But if we knew, for instance, that say we were to start at 4 and we know we're going to be recognizing a middle school for something, sporting event or something like that, instead of having them have to leave school early or something like that, could we move that recognition to later in the evening? Is that legally possible, or I don't know. I always feel like we have the legal team like, that is actually not legal.
I think you can move them later, but I think it's going to be important to keep it consistent, because if we're changing things back and forth, that's when we get confusion.
Okay. So if I feel like the only way I would do that is if it were a middle school who truly couldn't be here because school is still in session at 4 o'clock. But I think if we can do it a little earlier, but somehow have a flow, and maybe be consistent, but there is a little bit of give there, here and there. I'd be in favor of that.
Member Gould.
I would suggest that we take a look at the data that we find out from the meetings that we've had on the pilot on how long things take, and revisit this for a final suggestion. It seems like everybody does like the current format. I just think we need to find the right time for the majority of our community to be able to be here when they want to speak. And they may miss a little bit, but honestly, it takes us so long to get to some things. I know it'll be sad for some of us that recognitions might be, or some of the recognitions might be missed. But if you're intending on coming here, you're going to come from wherever you're coming to get here. Because you never know. We could be really fast that night, right?
Exactly.
It's rare.
No, we can. It could happen. It usually happens when I'm not here. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's true. Let me just, one thing I think we do need to clarify, and maybe this was done when I stepped out for a second, I think it's advisable, frankly, that we continue with what we have, and then come back and finalize what we're going to, rather than go back to what we were doing and then bounce back to this. Because okay, so we're all in agreement that we're going to continue this pilot, and then we're going to come back, review the timelines, and then make a final decision. Okay, great. Now, we need to go back to 1801, which was approval of our legislative agenda. And am I calling on Dr. Vasquez? Am I calling on Mr. Lagash? Who exactly am I calling on?
Well, I'd be happy to comment. So the board, as you know, recently discussed at a legislative meeting their proposed legislative agenda, both at the state level as well as at the federal level. And this is an opportunity for board members to make comments or any changes prior to your vote to approve the agenda.
Huh? I'm sorry?
I may not remember correctly at this point, but I think we baked in all of the changes that we wanted to have. So can we call a vote tonight, or does it have to come back?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So I move that we adopt the state and federal legislative position papers that have been submitted.
All right.
I second that.
I'm sorry. You second. Sorry. A second. Motion by Member Gold, seconded by Member Castrodental. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Motion carries with all members present voting in there. I was just trying to speed things up a little there, but all right. Before I call on board members for any committee reports, I think all of the business at hand has been conducted. But there is one thing I would like to take a point of personal privilege to address my good friend and board member Bird, who sometimes gets a little full of herself when it comes to Apopka High School. So I know, okay, and I love Apopka and I love Apopka High School, and I know when it comes to sports that they're almost invincible, but not entirely invincible. In fact, I don't want to rub salt in a wound, but it seems to me that they might have lost a recent game. So they are coming to Olympia next. And Olympia just happens to be the school that all 4 of my children went to. I actually sat on the planning and the Board of Zoning Adjustment to approve Olympia being at that site. It's a school near and dear to my heart. And so I want to extend a little wager or challenge, if you will. If
Oh, jeez.
If
All right.
Apopka loses,
Yeah, no.
going to need to come in with the Titans.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. No, I hear you. And you know what? I've got you. Because when Apopka beats Olympia,
okay,
you're gonna come in wearing
Apopka.
Yes.
Olympia.
Oh wait, you're putting it on right now?
Yes.
How are you putting it on?
Well, I don't know. I'm putting it on.
Look. I may. Hey, no. You know what? This is the thing. I mean.
Oh my God! Look.
I don't think your team. Oh my gosh. I don't think your team has three state championships. How many championships does Olympia have? I'm just asking.
Off the top of my mind, I can't remember.
Oh, we also have 13 players that have played in the NFL and 4 state runner-up titles. But wait.
Just saying. We have Trevor. Oh my gosh, Trevor. Seriously, he was Olympia. Yes. And Trevor. Yes. And he is NFL. Yeah, Trevor. Trevor. He's my boy. He's my man.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Yes, exactly. Yes, he made NFL. Yes. Two
on your 2
Yes.
NFL players. That's awesome.
What you don't understand is the beauty of high school sports, because anything can happen on any day. You just,
That is very true.
This is very true.
That is very true.
So,
but I do know that this is going to look really nice on you next board meeting. Okay.
Is this your favorite color? No.
I'm a blue girl.
Okay. All right. Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
Done.
Oh, wow.
Y'all have to stand up and take a picture.
Yeah, take a picture. We got to see the jerseys.
Oh, you gotta get it.
I want Yes. That's cute. A little picture right here.
Are we taking bets? No. No, I don't think I'm going to take bets from this group. I just, pizza bets. All right. Go ahead. And then I'll take any last comments the board members have. Oh, we do have a committee report. Okay, go ahead. Committee reports? Go ahead.
So we had a communications committee meeting today with a pretty robust discussion about school marketing and really expanding our communications of all of the wonderful programs within our schools and some of the how-tos to do that. And I appreciate the communication staff and Scott Howitt and the great ideas that they had for maybe helping to implement that. And I know that's the beginning of the conversation and it'll continue. But I think it was a really important one to have because so many of our parents don't know what all the wonderful assets are right at their fingertips for their students, and the students don't know either. So that's it, and we'll put the notes to the committee meeting in the next board docs so people can look at it.
All right, thank you. Member Felder.
Well, since we're, my challenge doesn't come till a while back with Board Member Gould. But I'd like to invite board members and members of the cabinet on this Tuesday night. Jones High School will be having their coronation for Miss Jones High. If you've never been to a coronation of Jones High School, I'm telling you, you're missing a treat. Starts at 7, and you can be my guest if you want to come. And I tell you, it is royalty at its finest. These young high school students dressed in all of their evening gowns and, carriages, and it's just wonderful. So if you're not tired and you feel like coming, it's next Tuesday at 7 o'clock. We begin our homecoming week, so I'd like to invite all of the board members to come if you're interested in coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Salamanca.
My district is getting a new high school, and we have multiple opportunities every month to come by the site and check it out. It's been really exciting. We've had Vicky and I have been there for a barbecue a couple times. And so if folks want to do barbecue at Site 50, come through District 2, we'll host you. And it's a good chance to get on a golf cart and a hard hat and see what the new high school prototype looks like too, because it is the newest prototype. It is a very large school. 3,000 something as actual capacity. It's going to be large to begin with, but that whole area is growing and we need it. So I am excited to have a little bit of extra time before I start continuing to advocate for a new high school.
You'll have a minute.
I don't know. And so I do just want to always welcome my fellow board members to get on a golf cart like Member Felder and I did and ride around in a good hard hat. It was a lot of fun.
Sounds like fun. Can I wear my jersey? All right. We're going to adjourn in just a minute. Let me, if there's no further business, we are adjourned. But board members and Miss McGill, if you're listening, a little birdie told me that Miss McGill has a birthday coming up later on this week. So if everybody will join me, I've got a cake in the back here. And Ms. McGill, if you will join us, and of course we will rely on Member Felder to lead us.
Yes.
In a happy birthday.
All right. Did you say we were adjourned?
I did. We're adjourned.